As we are once again alive upon the internet. Messing with my camera there as well. Yeah, let's make sure that we are in all ways and that I fixed up my all of my titles and stuff and things and stuffs and things. Yeah, that all looks good. Yeah, we need that character actually, so let's grab them. And as the title says, we're gonna be working on getting that shotgun video out. Because I'm a very sweaty boy still, as I just got home.
Entering safe area.
In the end.
Let me guess. We're pulling short.
But yeah, we're set up and upset. We're set up. Let's go. Get started on it right away. There was actually just one thing I wanted to check before we did. And then we'll go and actually, yeah, right away start with recording up the video together. Let's load up actually shotgun builds. So one thing I wanted to check is actually the one that I don't know. It's likely the tactical, right? Because yeah, out of these, it's the tactical is the best. Okay, so let's actually grab a tactical combat. Just the bars, I mean. So that loses a little, that loses a little. Yeah, so just always forget which one of those is the best. Is there actually any other ones? So this is a tactical. Out of these, it's gonna be the custom, right? The 870s. Okay. Yeah, just to remind myself of those. And then catch up here. And it'll even work. Oh. Oh, you enjoying? Yeah, I hope you're enjoying. Great weekend. May I ask what part of the world you live in? Are you in the States? Just curious. No, I'm in Europe. I'm in the Netherlands. I've said it a few times here and there, but yeah, I'm not originally from the Netherlands, but as you may guess. But yeah, I do live in the Netherlands. Although basically I'm a Dutch citizen and resident. Yeah. So yeah, let's take it to castle. That's also why, yeah, the streaming times are like this basically, because this is my evening. I'm starting basically at 9 my times usually.
Hostile control point detected.
Nederlander, yeah. Exactly.
Little space aliens in the heads. Always makes me feel better.
The weed and the bikes. That place. Usually how most people remember that. What? Should I wait? Has there been any cool? What has been some of the recent apparel? I've already done that one, I think, right? Nothing else. I've used already this like white suit in the Hollywood video. Let's go with that. like this. Just have that be the weapon on my back. Yeah, let's be in photo mode. Second, I need to first check. That's my folder we're gonna record to. Actually works. Seems to be working. Yeah, get you here. We're going to, oh yeah, indeed. I'm on CET. Wait. I originated from New Zealand. Oh, yeah. Some of us move around, of course. It's a big, nice world. Yeah, gotta go check it out, right? Yeah, let's get set up to record here. Onto this, yeah. What was this again? Oh yeah, in-depth look. Also, yeah, what's my name? Oh yeah. So you make sure we're capturing the right browser here, and then for later on this one, right? Yeah. And this as starter. Okay. And I want to have this one at the ready as well. Try to remember like how I did the intro for the rifles, like the order of things. I think it was, yeah, we show the big list, we show where it lives, and then so that is on that shoulder, although maybe I should be just on the other side. Should maybe at some point set that up. One of the things I've been thinking about, well, I'm usually like sometimes, especially spreadsheet heavy videos like this, I'm kind of looking that way. So I would actually be better positioned at the other side. But then maybe I should have like a button set up where I can swap sides. That might be handy actually. Could also just flip myself actually. Yeah, let's not. Might get weird with like, yeah, with art, with hand movements and stuff. I will have got enough starter scene, right? I just want to have the, although actually I want the Scorpio on the Scorpio. Scorpion on the Scorpio to be visible. Yeah, let's wait for them to grab another one and then we'll start it off. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video we're going to have that in-depth look into shotguns, as the big list, as we have used for many another, has been done actually for a while. At this point, all of them are done for also pistols and MMRs as are upcoming. But yeah, for today, we're gonna focus ourselves onto shotguns and see how they kind of are interacting in between themselves and also interacting. That's a weird word there. We're gonna take a mulligan. I kind of forgot what we're even going to talk about. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth look into those shotguns as the next one in the list. The big list of them has been done for a little bit, and actually at this point, also pistols and MMRs is completely done, so they are at the ready. They all live, of course, in this big folder of DPS tables, which I'll, of course, link down below, together with a direct link as well to the shotgun one that we're going to go in depth into today. As always with these, it's going to be based on this big table. We're going to go over several parts, and all of it will be timestamped. First, we'll start with the premise. We'll go into the build that we'll be using for this one, which is a Hunter's Fury. Then we'll go into the looking through the DPS side of things, then also briefly through the sustain side. And we'll be going both comparing shotguns in between themselves and then also with different talents on them. So to kind of see, especially for instance on a build like this, where it has a lot less crit damage than for instance a Striker would with AR. We can kind of see some differences pop up between some of the talents as well. And yeah, everything will be timestamped down below so you can jump around as you wish. And then we'll also end off after the sustain part with going to my stash and kind of going weapon by weapon, and I will kind of explain my final thoughts on basically all of them. And if you're kind of just interested in the summary, that might be the spot to jump to. So yeah, let's go get started with our premise. Yeah, that one felt okay. Even though I'm like sweating way too much. I just got biked home, so yeah, in the end I had to actually, because I was actually planning on, as I was kind of talking yesterday, to maybe do afternoon things and stuff, but, or well, afternoon, not things and stuff, but, you know, just things, just, you know, not the series, but just the action. But yeah, work kind of came in between. So, and hey there, Tennyson. Yeah, let's go on into the premise.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, so 10% headshot, right? That's the important one. Wait, what does it say? Siege, what? Eight before 118. Wait, let's look at this. Actually, yeah, that's how I had it set up, right? Is with two. Oh, that's with killer. Brazen. 6126. Actually, yeah, I did have it set up that way, didn't I? I have the crit chance mod at the ready. I do. Okay. Good thing I checked that before we started recording this part. This one I've made like it's been a while since this one actually got finished. So, because how do we land now? 6126. Yeah, which is which works out pretty well. Yeah. As I already said, let's get started with the premise, right? So now we can just go into basically the next sentence. And I need to not be in there. So let me double check if this is like kind of well focused. That works a lot better. Yeah, let's get started. And to kind of set our scope and kind of what we're expecting to get out of this, we have a very specific build for this, which is Hunter's Fury. We're using Hunter's Fury here because it makes the most sense. I feel it will align the best with our intentions. We are, because of that, going with, as we'll see in a second, Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush. So we're using two high-end pieces there That means that on this one, we don't have a coyote helping us in any way. We're also not expecting a coyote. We're going to set it up kind of in a solo way, of course. We are keeping grade 27 for all of the weapons, as we have done till now as well. This will, of course, impact things that do trigger off of weapon damage or add to weapon damage, like Optimist or Pummel, its damage. But yeah, I feel that is, we'll have to pick a number. I went with the highest grading we have available. Then as well for headshot percentages and DTA percentages, which I usually call rates. So here we're putting in as a 10% headshot rate. With the other comparisons, we took 20% as our number. Here we're taking 10% because, yeah, shotguns, sometimes you can just get really close and then, you know, offload an entire 8 pellets right into someone's face. But overall, you're much more aiming for body shots. At least I find myself playing that way, especially, for instance, on a run and gunny build like this one, which is not based on Headhunter. And yeah, we're going to use actually on the weapons themselves, we're actually going to use crit damage mods on the mod slots. And then usually on the magazine slot for the weapons that have that, we're going to use a reload mod. And that works out pretty well here, actually. Build-wise as well, as we'll see in a second, that'll land us on a pretty nice-looking 60 if we want to. Yeah, of course, this is just going to be burst and sustains. We're going to first compare them all on burst, and then, of course, on sustain with the same parameters. One thing you could do is everything is kind of calculated in this thing itself. So if you make a copy for yourself, you could actually play around with some of these numbers. If you go like, I want it to be something different, then you can go that route. Here as well, we're actually using Hunter's Fury and Intimidate, although both of them are basically separate multipliers. We're actually doing them the correct way, which is that they're self-multiplicative as they are, meaning that it is basically a 1.05 to the power of 5, as is here, and a 1.04 to the power of 9, as it is for Intimidate. Although, of course, there are several multipliers that don't interact with anything here. So these could be off and you would basically percentage-wise have the same results. But yeah, that is the setup that we're going to compare with. And as always, of course, this is just the DPS of this setup. We can use that to gather a lot of important information, but it's not the end all be all as we always have to kind of qualify. Here as well, we have some talents that do not have basically perfect uptime. If we kind of go through things like Pummel and such, are of course very much dependent on how much damage you get out of them. Because yeah, if you're, for instance, not triggering the kill or you're weapon swapping a lot or such for specific reasons, for instance, versatile or such, Pummel may not be your choice, but then this might, of course, seem higher. Same, for instance, for Sadist, you're not going to have perfect uptime on it unless you're using it in a setup where you will, for instance, if you were to Ridgeway it or something like that. But that is, of course, not what we're doing here, because that would come at a cost, of course, of the chest talent. So you kind of have to, yeah, take this with that understanding, not per se a grain of salt, but at least knowing what salt is. Basically, that salt is salty. You kind of need to know that up front. And yeah, we're going to, of course, discuss them in that way as well as we go through them. And yeah, the exotics are in here as well, of course, so we'll see them all. Let's go on to actually seeing what we're comparing this on. It was a little rambly. How long is that? Might take 429. Might take a mulligan there. Just I feel I can do that like in 2 minutes. Kind of got rambly towards the end. Also, should I have this? Yeah, let's do that, because then I can also have this circle up and kind of point things at. Yeah, let's do that. And otherwise, we always have the other one. Also, makeup. Need one of those makeup ladies to come like just tapped me with the thing. Yeah. Yeah. And to set our scope and intention kind of here, we'll be comparing it on a Hunter's Fury build. We'll see the build in a second. It does not have a coyote, and we're not going to expect a coyote. We're kind of acting as if we're solo here. So yeah, we're leaving out the coyote. We're going to go as well with grade 27. This, of course, does affect some of the talents like Optimist or Pummel, which are weapon damage based. We have to pick a number here. I went with the highest grading. Of note as well then here is to point out that if you want to try it out with other stats, basically, you could copy this to your own Google Drive. It is openly available from that link. And yeah, you could actually change the numbers here at the top to reflect other, going with other things. Like for instance, here as well, we've gone with 10% headshot and 60% DTA. Of course, shotguns have DTA as their secondary main stat, so it does affect here, although of course all of them have basically the same, are getting affected in the same way because we have DTOC as a third stat. Alongside of it, none of this is with either contractors or such as well. So they all basically have the same number there, but yeah, we're just setting that as 60% just to, as well, for these numbers that we get out of it. But yeah, we are picking 10% headshot. With the other ones, I went with 20%. I feel with shotguns, yeah, it's generally you go for the body shots. You might get a land the pellet here or there, unless you're basically going for headhunting versions, of course. But here we're actually as well specifically discussing a crit chance, crit damage based version. We're talking about DPS. I'll briefly actually go over a list for headhunters. We'll do that after the sustain part. Here as well, all of the weapon mods, so the crit chance, crit damage spots, we're actually going with crit damage, and that is because if we go to crit damage mods with the setup that we have, we can land on a very beautiful 60, which actually looks really nice. And then as well makes it easier here for comparison's sake, because with the weapons that have no mods, we're just going to lose those two crit damage mods, and we don't really have to play around with the crit chance much. And then if the weapon has a magazine slot, which some of the shotguns do, in basically all of those, the only real option is to go with, at least in this case, you could of course put handling characteristics in there, but we're going to go with the reload. Altering the reload slightly, which will affect the sustain here. And then, yeah, as talked about, we're doing grade 27, 10% headshot, and then 60% DTA. But then as well here, we have Hunter's Fury, where we are putting it at the 5 kill mark, basically. This, of course, is a separate multiplier. Same for Intimidate that we have on this build is a separate multiplier. It doesn't really affect the percentages in between weapons, but it does. We can kind of more correctly compare what crit with the DPS numbers that we get, more so for inter-weapon type, looking around like that. And then, yeah, we're going to start off with Sustain, or with Burst, and then go to Sustain as the second list. And of course, lists here what it's sorted by. And yeah, this is, of course, just only really the Burst and Sustain DPS that we're discussing here. We're leaving out, yeah, a lot of context, of course, around it with handling and such. Well, I will address kind of as we go through weapons that handle horribly, but within shotguns, they're pretty similar with a few exceptions. So yeah, we'll have to, that's the scope that we're keeping it to. We're not kind of holistically, although of course towards the end I will kind of bring in game knowledge as well, and we're gonna review them basically towards the end. But yeah, don't bring up kind of like, oh, this is just DPS, this isn't how it works in the game. Somewhat yes, somewhat no. The thing is, of course, that we need this. This is like the horsepower or a torque of a car. It is a very important stat. It isn't the only thing that matters. And we have to keep that in mind. Also, of course, we're using some things that are, for instance, like Killer, which need a condition to be met to be active. For instance, Killer getting a kill with the last pellet of the shotgun being a crit, which is actually very important. That isn't just getting a crit within the 8 pellets that each shotgun has. You have to specifically, the last shot of it has to be a crit, or the last pellet hitting. that means that it doesn't have perfect uptime in comparison to some things like, for instance, Flatline, where we can kind of consider perfect uptime. We're not addressing uptime here at all because it's going to be very different. So for instance, Sadist usually will top these charts at 30%. Is that realistic? Not really, but somewhat yes if you have an OD in the team and everything's bleeding. So yeah, I'm going to discuss here how active I perceive some of the talents to be, but of course, yeah, you kind of have to apply your own situation to it because it's also going to be very different per situation for some of those talents. Yeah, having laid down all those caveats, let's go actually look at the build and then go further from there. And data minister. And yeah, we're recording some stuff, so here and there, I made it longer. I feel better about that one, though. So let's go with that one. A lot less ums and ahs. Oh, actually, I need the build picture. Actually, yeah. Wait. Is this already a Christian's mod? Yeah. Alright, where's the list actually? So just double check as well. I mean, I think I've done this already. Yeah. Yeah. Let's record this part. I need this name as well. Yeah. And as stated, Hunter's Fury is the build that we are going to use for this, with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush, Cheska Chest, Grupo Backpack, but of course the positioning of those doesn't matter much, just Cheska and Grupo as we're using it here. This actually does have, is one of the builds that is on the build collection, which is 4.012. But actually, if we go look at the builds picture, we see that we actually are here using the crit chance mods actually on the weapon. We're landing on 58-130. In the calculation list here, we're actually going a different route, which for the high-end weapons actually works out better. So we have 2 crit damage mods here. Then together with that, we're flipping basically 2 crit chances here or through crit damages from the mods, as it was on the chest and backpack on that, from crit damage to crit chance, although of course this could be any of the other crit damages. And that actually works out a little bit better because we land on 60, 126, which overall actually does make a difference there, especially as well. We're now hitting then 60, which would help better with some of the talents like Killer, and of course not at too much of a loss. The only downside is that going that route, for instance, weapons that have fixed 10% crit chance, like the Scorpio, we need to, that they are now over crit, basically, right? Because the build itself has 60 on it. So for those, we would need to go with the other one. So for instance, as well with this, I wouldn't per se actually even entertain the use of the Scorpio there. I would likely go more with a combo like this. Because we're very much more set up for that way. But that is an important change that we can nowadays swap crit chances and crit damages. And actually for every crit damage that you put on a weapon, you can actually shift crit chance by 1 on the gear. So here we're doing it by 2 to go from 58 to 60, which does make a little bit of a difference, because that balance does matter a little bit, especially as well, seeing as we could have outside sources giving us more crit damage as well. And setup-wise, it's just all that. We're gonna act as if Intimidate is always up, because we can kind of keep that up. We're gonna act as if we're on the 5th kill of Hunter's Fury. Just doesn't per se matter much because it is a separate multiplier. So let's go and get started with burst DPS. not the cleanest, but also I'm kind of okay with it.
Hostile control
We
point
hit all the notes I
identified.
wanted to hit. Yeah, so let's go back here. Let's go back here. Yeah. Let's zoom in. Enhance. And with all that out of the way, let's start actually looking at this big list. It is not as big as some of the other weapon types, as there's actually not that many shotguns nor that many exotics for them. And also, yeah, we're actually a much shorter list of talents are here, of course. First thing we'll kind of start off with is that, yeah, we're going to use the 100% mark again to be not at the very top for comparison. But we're going to use here, starting at the SASG 12 there with Sadist, the first kind of non-double barrel shotgun in this list. And that's for a very specific reason. When it comes to burst, technically, these double barrel shotguns and the sawed-off, they can burst. They can burst their hearts out. And yeah, this is actually the poster child for not just looking at only the burst number. And why you kind of need a sustain there to actually kind of better understand the weapon. Now, of course, if you were to just use it and kind of have this in mind, and then you fire 2 shots and go like, oh, wait, I have to reload after every 2 shots for 3 seconds. That's not going to work out. Yes, exactly. But we see that as well in the sustain number. Their sustains are horrendous, especially we'll see in a second, because it's not even comparing, because they're comparing as well to that SASG as the 100% mark, not even comparing to some of the better sustainers in this category. And they are pretty horrendous, except for instance here where we have them triggering pummel. But of course they can't trigger pummel. You have 2 shots to get 3 kills. Technically possible, although of course much more often what will happen is you can actually reload and then pummel will stay until it actually activates. So at some point you'll get a reload out of them, but not very a real reasonable thing to look at. First we're going to kind of discuss in between shotguns themselves, then we'll kind of go into talents specifically. But we can already kind of see the order of talents just appearing somewhat with, if we just kind of look at the double barrel shotgun, where, yeah, Sadist, Brazen, Killer, but then also we have Brazen actually at 8 stacks and 6 stacks, as we'll see later. We have Killer, we have Pummel, and then the D is just the damage component of it. R plus D is the reload component of it as well. So we are basically acting as if it's steady-handed as we kind of infinitely reload, just setting the reload to 0, basically. Not the best way to actually get the truth of it, but yeah, just as a way to kind of just quantify that, because there's no real, we would there as well have to make a value judgment. Here I'm just putting the reload on 0. I'm saying it's getting triggered at some point, or well, always effectively, which is of course not the way it's going to end up. Close and personal, optimist, ranger, and then fast hands at the end. So yeah, we kind of have the double barrel and the sawed off. We have them, of course, way high up here, and that's also the reason we kind of put the 100% mark a little bit below it, just to not squish everything else, so we can kind of have a little bit of separation between the percentage, so we can much more easily see what is actually going on. But yeah, on the double barrel shotgun, yeah, if you're just putting out 2 shots, and that's all you need, sure. But yeah, anything that, the way that we are going to use shotguns here, for instance, is in Hunter's Fury sense, without Headhunter, but more just in a crit chance, crit damage sense, these do not make that much sense at all. But then moving on to actually, yeah, where we put our 100% mark as well, scroll down a little bit. We'll see actually the 2 big names that kind of moved up, and that is the SASG 12 and the Super 90. All of them, or both of them, have variants as well. With the SASG, the tactical is overall the better one, with a tiny bit better stability. With the Super 90 is also the tactical, actually, that is the top one. Both of those here with Sadist at the top. What we also kind of see is that Brazen is actually kind of right next door to it. We'll kind of discuss that when we get to the talents. But shotgun-wise, basically, the SASG and the Super 90, they're now overall basically the DPS kings. Especially as well, the SASG has a quite short reload comparatively to most things here, because it has also a magazine reload. And that's actually the big difference between the two. One is a magazine reload, the other is a per shell reload. Sometimes one is nicer than the other. So for instance, sometimes you just, if you're empty, this reload from empty of the SASG will actually be better. But then with the Super 90, if you're down just 2 shots, with the SASG, you would have to reload the entire mag. With the Super 90, you can just flip into shells. So playstyle wise and such will make a difference between those two. They're also pretty close to each other with 7 and 8 on the shells, and actually very close to each other on the RPM here as well. DPS wise, they are neck and neck basically. There's a 1% difference there. There is sustain wise a 2% or almost 1.2% difference there. They're basically the same gun, just with a different reload mechanic. But that can matter to you because for instance, if you're just running around and getting 2-shot, 3-shot kills, you might go with the Super 90 because then you can just plop in a few of those shells instead of doing the full reload of the SASG. And we'll see that list kind of repeating. We see here as well, the Brazen 8 stacks, then them with the killers, then them with the Brazens, then with the pummels, then with other things, and then we kind of see the next sadist show up on burst, which is the ACS. And of course, the ACS is very much, it has a role anyway, even if it didn't do good damage or anything, we would still use it for its role for stacking, as we do for strikers and for heartbreakers. And that is, of course, because, all of these shotguns fire 8 pellets. Also, to push that out there, because I sometimes see people going, oh, this fires 6, this fires 7. No, all of them fire 8 pellets. There is no shotgun in Division 2 that fires less than 8 pellets, except that they use the mechanic in the Ravenous, where technically is a shotgun firing 2 pellets, just as trivia. But all of them fire 8 pellets. So out of the magazine here of 20 shells, we can have 20 times 8. So we get 160 stacks out of it in a perfect situation. Now, of course, we're not going to land all those pellets, but that's, of course, what the ACS is kind of for. But we can also see that the DPS difference between this going to the SASG is pretty major. Here, of course, with the same talent, they don't compare well. These two, the SASG, the Super 90, especially in like the role that we're kind of using them here, very much in their own world, and then kind of some of the others show up. Now, of course, the SASG or an ACS could very well be used as well, because you do have kind of that just unloading power, especially as well if we're kind of pairing it with something that likes to stack. Here, though, we're using it on Hunter's Fury. It doesn't care about stacking or such. It does not have a stacking mechanic except for the on-kill one, which, you're better off just getting those kills in. Here as well, let's actually discuss the Tsunami and the Light Blue, because of course they're based on those. Both are very good talents for shotguns. And then as well, the names are of course based on some of the better types of weapons. Those two both will matter a lot here, because especially the Tsunami is one of my common recommendations now. If we try to go find even more, actually let's go with Control F Sadis or Sadist. We can highlight all of the Sadist ones. The 612 then shows up. The 612 used to be the old DPS king, basically. It had really good burst. It had really good sustain, especially as well. It had a really quick reload. It doesn't have that anymore. To me, it is definitely surpassed now by the other two. It still has a decently quick reload. That is one of the benefits that it does have for a magazine reload as well. But its burst is especially so much lower that its sustain doesn't per se make up for it, because it does sustain better than the SASG, but not by enough, as we kind of see in maybe some other situations where we have a really much higher sustain that we can kind of go for it. Overall, yeah, the 612 is kind of, it used to be my go-to for just, yeah, the running gun builds, basically, if I was just using it for that way. Nowadays, that has been displaced for me with the SASG and with the Super 90. Then we have the M870. The M870 still has a very important role as the headhunter, one of the best headhunters in this category, together with the SPAS 12. We'll look at headhunters actually after the sustain part. It'll be its own timestamp part. But yeah, the 870 is very much for that. The reload of it has been much improved, which is kind of weird because they actually give it a kind of a leg up kind of that way. They kind of made it actually easier to use as well. In a DPS sense, we could kind of go with it. It is actually next to that 612. And then actually sustain wise, it actually out-sustains it. So honestly, for me, the 612, I would actually consider more the M870 using this, giving up a little burst, getting a little bit of sustain, but then also getting that like alpha damage, because that's also something that if you can poke out and just fire one shot and that one shot kills an enemy outright, that can actually have a lot of value, because then you're exposing yourself shorter, which is in a lot of games used as the under the moniker alpha damage, where yeah, the per hit damage is very important. But of course, yeah, the M870s definitely has a place for the headhunters, as we'll see later. And then, yeah, we kind of go through, and we have the KSG here with Sadist, the SPAS 12 here with Sadist. Both of them kind of being, yeah, close to the end of the list, basically. We see actually that some weapons here with fast hands, they actually outdo the on burst DPS, the KSG with Sadist. And actually, these don't, for instance, for the KSG, I don't feel, outside of its larger magazine size, which can be used, especially if you're using a hard-hitting build, to guarantee pummel to happen. But I feel getting a 3-kill pummel, normal pummel, in this 12 shot is kind of just as hard as getting a 2-kill perfect pummel in, for instance, a Tsunami, because we need 1 kill less there. So overall, I feel the KSG is one of the bigger losers here, and really doesn't have a spot. I feel it is very much the stoner of this category, basically, where the stoner LMG is kind of outclassed in many ways by many of its compatriots. The KSG kind of, for me, lands in the same way. The SPAS 12 technically does have the highest base, which does actually mean that it can be used for headhunting, especially for a little bit higher cap, if that is what you're going for. To me, though, as we'll talk about in the headhunter part as well, the M870, just because it has mod slots, does much better than this. With these, that's being the last Sadist, we've kind of seen the order of things. We see basically the double barrels being very high up there, the SASG 12, and the Super 90 being kind of neck and neck and kind of landing next to each other. Then the ACS 12 doing decent burst, but a little bit worse on sustain. As we'll see, versus some of the things around it, if you were to main it, for instance, because yeah, we could go with the M870, which kind of has around the same burst, but a much better sustain, actually. The 612 was one of the hardest hits, but also the 612 was kind of it was definitely a little bit too high above the rest. So they may have gone a little bit too far with it, but it's still actually usable. Definitely, I feel up to this point, this 870 is definitely all usables. At least for the purpose that we're kind of using them here for as well. But then, yeah, the KSG and the SPAS 12, I generally wouldn't, especially KSG, I wouldn't generally consider it unless you really have a purpose for this 12 rounds. But yeah, that's kind of a hard sell, especially when we have the Tsunami with perfect pummel, of course. And then, yeah, the SPAS 12, while it can be used for headhunting, I just wouldn't pick this in this with its atrocious reload and such as well for DPS role as we have it here when we have the 870. Yeah, let's continue on with the talents. Okay, I keep needing to burp. I just ate as well before coming home soon. So far, also I feel I keep going like, yeah, this thing I'm explaining now, we're gonna do that in the next segment or in different. It's just kind of a weird thing to do, honestly. Because also, yeah, I started kind of enumerating the talents, and then that's actually for later, like now. Yeah, let me catch up to some of the things here. Is that so? Don't never embassy in the division. Well, nah, they do that. There's been plenty as well. Others that have done plenty for the community, who would be much more deserving, honestly. But yeah, thanks for the kind words there. As always, much appreciated. Yeah, let's now do the talent part of this. Yes. Let's instead have. And to do that, we'll highlight all of the SASG 12s as we have them here in the list. We'll kind of see the order of talents as they apply to that weapon specifically. And just to compare in between the talents, basically. As we always see, Sadist being just the 30% amp kind of shows up the highest here. But yeah, as we were kind of discussing, we have to very much consider how much uptime generally you're going to have on something. This build isn't set up to trigger Sadist really if you're just getting the Sadist activation through the talent, 1 every 3 kills, basically. This is completely useless. If you're in with an OD, now it's suddenly a little bit more viable. Although as well, with Hunter's Fury, with it being a close range build, especially here with the shotguns, and shotguns also somewhat lacking a chest talent, I found Ridgeway actually a really good way to generally here and there mess around with to try to get close range, a good talent there, because Sadist is so high above some of the other choices that we have here that it basically is enough for a weapon talent and the chest talent kind of combined. There are plenty of situations where some of the lesser chest talents with some of the lesser weapon talents would be less than Sadist would be by itself. So yeah, Ridgeway definitely actually a way to kind of go with this, but then you're kind of also limiting yourself when you're, for instance, the second you run into a Warhound that doesn't bleed or an objective that you're trying to destroy that doesn't bleed. Yeah, now you've lost all that damage, which is kind of course, kind of the trade-off there. But yeah, we need to always remember how active it is, especially when we kind of go to Brazen here. Brazen here with 8 stacks. We have an 8-stack version and a 6-stack version. We're taking those. I wanted to just have both in there, kind of. 6 is the minimum we can have on normal anyway, because at least 6 pellets have to hit for the next for the next shot to have Brazen activated on it. If we were to land all of them, although as well after a kill, this also resets to 8. It gives you basically a stack of 8 if you get a kill with Brazen. And Brazen is actually a pretty good talent to pick. It isn't so great for instance, Headhunter or something where you swap to it and then try to get a shot in. But actually for just general use, as long as you're generally trying to get the accuracy in, and that is the biggest factor of this. You need to hit 6 pellets, at least for the non-perfect versions. And because of that, yeah, it's kind of limited in its usage, because quite often, if you're just generally running around, and even being in close range, you will find that actually it's kind of hard to always land 6 or more. We see, though, that even with 6, it is actually pretty high up here. We see as well Killer, and actually of note is that how Killer works on shotguns, because I've seen it being said wrong as well, is that, yeah, you don't need just a crit in between all of those shots, as I've seen some people say, and by that kind of recommend fully to go killer. No, the way that it kind of works is that the very last pellet that kind of made the kill had to have been a crit. So it is basically the same chances for crit as any other weapon would be, basically. And you notice this as well if you just test it out for 2 seconds. But of course, those people saying those things haven't. We might go into for no particular reason on some of those. And yeah, we see that when killer is active, although as well, here again, very important to note that, yeah, killer isn't always active. You need at least a kill for it to activate, right? So at least a kill isn't bonus by it, but killer is actually a very good pick for solo play, as it generally has been through all of these. I've recommended killer a lot. As well, actually, we'll likely go into a video explaining kind of, because one of the things is that killer as well kind of activates more than 60%. And there is a very good reason behind that. I'll likely just leave that for a rambling talk when we go into that. And yeah, it's not just the crit chance, it is actually higher than the crit chance that you activated. Then we see pummels here with damage. So the D is just the damage component where we just add in the weapon damage of it. And then R plus D actually as well sets the reload to 0, basically, meaning that, yeah, we're kind of just continuously getting the reload as well. Now that, of course, is also not per se realistic, but this would be the best way to quantify them here, kind of. We can see that pummel, once activated, it is actually a decent amount. It is definitely behind because it is a jump here. We're going from, for instance, Brazen 6 stack from 93% to 88. There is actually a pretty hefty jump here. But it is still definitely usable, but what you use pummel for more, I feel, is especially this reload. Pummel is really great for just continuously keeping going without having to reload. And as well as we'll kind of come to the names in a second, the Tsunami being the perfect version is being on one of the top weapons in that way is definitely one of the great picks. Then we see kind of Flatline being pretty far behind it here as well, with Close and Personal as well right next door to it. As well, we should say that this is on grade 27, which actually the things that are weapon damage based, like Pummel, like Close and Personal, like Optimist, all of those are kind of affected by that, of course. Here as well, actually, our killer is really high and kind of up there because actually our crit damage is pretty low, of course, in comparison to some other builds, because shotguns just have 2 mods on them. So we, instead of the 3 we would have on even ARs, or, you know, the SMGs having their own crit chance, they're pumping it up quite high, especially on Hunter's Fury as the comparison point here. The crit damage being relatively low, although we're in the 120s. Yeah, it does affect it a little bit, that it's you gain more from killer just because the diminishing returns effect. Then yeah, we have Flatline, Close and Personal. Flatline, of course, we do here act as if we're losing a crit chance, basically. So we are losing, or well, crit damage actually, because we're just using crit damage mods. All of the shotguns do have underbarrels, or well, not all, not the double barrels and such, but excluding the double barrels, all of the shotguns actually have a long rail underbarrel. So yeah, all of them are included in the Flatline list. Then we have the Close and Personal as well, again, kind of activating after kill. I would generally, although this is after 1 kill, of course, without conditionality, except for the kill needs to be in a short range. I would generally pick Pummel just by amount, but also by that reload, of course. That reload is quite powerful. The Close and Personal by itself actually could use a buff and could actually, yeah, maybe go up quite a bit, because that range limitation is definitely there as well. You will quite often find yourself actually getting heal that is within Hunter's Fury, within Intimidate, and then isn't within Close and Personal. Then we see Optimist here, kind of in the worst case scenario for it, as we were talking about with grade 27. So yeah, it's not hard to see that it's pretty far down. We're not actually including Strange here just because it didn't make much sense for shotguns. Then we see actually Ranger at 12 meters. Here I'm including it at 12 meters before just the optimal range drop-offs kind of happen with some of the shotguns, because otherwise it might be a little bit, but we're just using it as basically a 6% mark to kind of have as a comparison point. Then we see here as well, Fast Stands included here. Fast Stands, of course, not adding anything to the burst DPS side of things. It will add to the sustained DPS. Of note is that actually Fast Hands is, since a few seasons already, working per pellet. So you can actually get a reasonable amount of stacks, even with a small magazine size. With Pummel existing, though, I would generally go with those. Although, yeah, Fast Hands definitely can be a choice, for instance, for the ACS or such, as which can, of course, get all the way up to the max stacks. If we kind of then release this a little bit, let's go talk about some of the names that are in this list, because we kind of discussed the talents. One of the things that with those talents as well, it's kind of the same for each of those weapons as it goes through. So I would definitely consider Brazen. I would definitely consider Killer. I would definitely consider Pummel, and I use them quite a bit. Sadist were applicable. For instance, I do have an OD shotgun based build basically, so that's where Sadist very much comes in. Here then, Light Glue and Tsunami being some of the better weapon or names based on some of the better weapons. We see them as well, kind of show up pretty high up here, and the talents are pretty good. As well as I talked about, Pummel is definitely a pick, Brazen is definitely a pick. Both of these, definitely a pick. The Light Glue taking the shot amount down to, or the pellet amount hit for per shot to 4, really makes it much more consistent. You will at least have like you never completely lose it, which is kind of a nice thing basically. The extra text that it has at the end is very misleading, where it says you get an extra 8% for the kill. I'm not sure how that remained there after PTS and how it's still not fixed. But yeah, that is completely not the case. You don't get an extra component after kill. What that actually is implying, although that's applying to all Brazen anyway, is after a kill, even if you hit with just 1 pellet, it will activate Brazen at full stacks. So you basically have on-kill bonus that will make the next shot definitely have the full 8 stacks, even if you hit with 1 pellet, which wouldn't per se like trigger the talent at all, which is just a little bit awkward. Then yeah, so Tsunami being perfect Pummel, just needing 2 kills instead of the 3. Very much worth it. This is one of the top picks in this category by itself. And yeah, very, very worthwhile. Here we're showing it kind of, yeah, as we'll see on the sustain side with it just being R plus D basically, the reload plus the damage. Then we see as well kind of here Lefty with just, I'm basically putting Lefty with just the 20% component to it, which is not, of course, how we kind of use it, but I kind of wanted to just have it in here. We also see the Enforcer. The Enforcer is, of course, perfect Pummel, and then on a Super 90 instead of the SASG that the Tsunami is, but it comes at a big loss, and that is that it loses its 3rd stat. Now, of course, this is a weapon that was a pre-order bonus. If you didn't have it then, there have been moments when it had erroneously has been given to people in some ways, but yeah, it's not generally available, definitely. But yeah, it loses that 10 detalk. Look how far this has dropped this Enforcer, because of course, if it was just a Super 90 with that 10 detalk, it would basically be next door to the Tsunami. But yeah, it drops down quite severely because of that 10 detalk missing. That makes it as well that, yeah, I would just generally pick the Tsunami over it, because if this had the detalk, actually, this would be the top weapon overall over the Tsunami, I would say, because you can also just between kills, just reload a few shells. You keep the amount of Pummel. You will eventually just trigger Pummel at some point, basically. And yeah, it's honestly, from a balance standpoint, better that we don't have a Lexington here as well. So yeah, maybe from a balance sense. Then we see actually the Scorpio show up. The Scorpio got hit hard, of course, on its damage end as well, together with its talent being a little bit worse now. Here we have it actually with the 20% amp of it active on the 9th shot. So this is 8 shots without this first, and then it's up here. We can kind of go see where the unbonus version is, and it's pretty far down, and unsurprisingly so. It is basically a shotgun that has just that 10% crit chance that all shotguns or the 612 would have of next door, but then of course without a damage talent per se. But of course, what the Scorpio can do, and isn't per se in the DPS sense, is that it can stagger enemies, it can basically stun lock rogues. It still is the only weapon that can do what it can, which is to just, put status effects on enemies and kind of keep them busy. And that has value as well. But yeah, definitely damage-wise, this used to be much, much higher. And honestly, I'm kind of okay with it being a little bit lower now. Going on to the Thorn, the Spas version, basically, of Perfect Brazen. Yeah, the Spas being so much worse kind of puts it in this spot down here. I wouldn't generally pick this as one of our named picks, especially when we have the light blue version, especially for the situation that we're using it here. So, for instance, maybe much more so for a Headhunter. And rock and roll just being an extra magazine size here, it is actually, of course, not any higher than just an ACS with, for instance, here fast hands, which is also a sustained talent. Rock and roll, of course, very useful situationally. One of the things of it is just to, as we talked about, with fast hands, actually, the ACS having 20 shots times 8 pellets, you get a max of 160 stacks out of it. If we were to now go striker, which also stacks per pellet, yeah, you could get 160 stacks out of an ACS 12 and then have to deal with this reload, or you could have a rock and roll and then have 30 and then go to 240 stacks. So especially if you're going for the 200 stacks, I generally find myself using a rock and roll, especially if I'm using a chest striker quite often. Yeah, we see the Scorpio in without any bonuses to it, basically, when it doesn't have a 20% amp up, being pretty far low. It is definitely one to consider that now it is. For instance, this shotgun build that I was showing earlier, this used to be maining the Scorpio. The Scorpio is definitely a secondary to me here now. It is very useful for when we need to stun lock, but not for always use. We have also the Calibre. Of note is actually that the 870 already had a pretty good reload, and actually this Calibre would be one to consider as if, for instance, yeah, we didn't have Brazen or Killer or such, just for how quickly it does actually reload. It is a SMG-like reload, basically, is like attack vector kind of reload for an 870 that can hit hard. You can definitely use this just for basically hit and run tactics, where you just put out one really hard shot and then kind of just, go get your reload in. But yeah, especially on while it does keep up kind of on the sustain end, but still not even, it isn't still keeping up even with the SSG, with just, with I just say this, we're losing, of course, a lot of burst on the burst end. We are getting some alpha from it though. Then as well, Sweet Dreams. Now the Sweet Dreams is, of course, very useful just for when we have those on the kill with melee challenges, as we quite often do with global events. It has a role, but I generally just wouldn't ever pick this over something like the Scorpio, for instance, as an exotic slot, or just as a main weapon. And last but likely least, actually, the Overlord. The Overlord is one of the truly bad exotics that we have kind of in the game. Here being in the shotguns, it really doesn't have, especially being based on the KSG, it really doesn't have any damage to it. It doesn't have burst. It doesn't really have sustain. Its talent of slowing things down. A Scorpio can shock enemies and 100% reduce their speed, at least on PvE end. At least for the PvE end, yeah, the Overlord just basically does not make sense at all. So yeah, that was the burst end of things. Let's go to sustain. Okay, and yeah, and Aether Chaos. And yeah, welcome in. Sorry, I was kind of in the middle of recording a segment there, so pardon the me being late a little, but yeah, we had a good stream and hope you had some fun. And thanks for sending people's this way as always, much appreciated. So we're recording the shotgun video here, the shotgun DPS and. Well, yeah, DPS tables, burst and sustain. Also, yeah, 11K. Oh, and thanks so much to DPC for the gift there. I always very much appreciate it. We'll be sure to buy useless things with it, as we always do. But yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, but I don't even know what to say. Okay. And yeah, of course, very understandable that if you need to step away, but oh yeah, well, you'll catch this later, right? But yeah, very much thank you, DPC, actually. Anyway, greetings back from the Netherlands. Yeah. Let me catch up here. And yeah, Hydrodorf and Zulu. Yeah, you had fun. Good to hear. Yeah, we're gonna keep going and get this one done.
Hostile control point nearby.
We're halfway there. Ooh, living on a prayer. How long was that segment? 17. Okay. I definitely don't want this one to be like the 2 hours of the rifles, but also it doesn't need to be because it's a much shorter list. We are at 40 minutes already, so yeah, another, let's say, 15 minutes of sustain, 5 minutes of headhunter. Yeah, that works out. And then like 15 minutes of going through the stash. Yeah. Has my night been pretty good so far? We're just recording this actually, so I haven't played really yet. And but yeah, looking forward to getting this up because this one has been done for a while, this list, but just stuff came up in between that I wanted to tackle, like Hollywood and stuff. And yeah, let's get in here. Should I? Should we highlight any weapon? Not particularly. No, let's go in with this. Let's put that there. Yeah. And indeed onto the sustain end, where we're also again sorting not from the top, just because yeah, we have those pummels coming in. They have very high numbers. If we were to go off of this top number, everything would be kind of squished beyond this point. So we're kind of excluding them and kind of again starting on some sadists. But we can see actually already if we kind of do take pummel as if it's like always activated, basically we have never a reload. Yeah, that of course makes our burst our sustain. Basically, if there's no reload number there in the same way as the Bullet King or a steady-handed weapon, our burst is the same as our sustain. Those will inflate those numbers quite a bit, of course. Of course, on a DB, on a double barrel, that makes 0 sense getting 3 kills with 2 shots. Theoretically possible, you can actually get 2 kills. I don't know actually if it counts it for pummel. Actually, a thing that I don't know. We should maybe go test it. If you do get, because you can get multiple kills just by pellets hitting multiple enemies. I don't know if it counts it though, actually. But then yeah, actually we do see that, for instance, the tsunami here, very high up here. Now, of course, the tsunami does not have a damage component. It just has an extra damage component to it versus just normal pummel. What it does have is 2 kills instead of 3. Much more consistent because of that. You can actually kind of reach those points. And this is kind of the reason as well. It is really high on burst. It is really high on sustain, if we kind of consider it this way. Can you get 2 kills in 7 shots? Yeah, definitely. So this is kind of doable. And if you do it that way, Tsunami is definitely one of the top picks in this category. The downside, though, is, of course, if you're not getting those kills, if you're fighting a hunter and you need like 15 shots to get them down, then you could go, for instance, with Brazen, which does activate from each shot, and then has that as an option, of course. So you kind of have to consider it like that. That's also why I'm generally pairing. I have multiple shotguns basically at the ready with different talents. But of course, nowadays as well, especially if you have a high-end shotgun there, you can move around the talent as kind of needed. We see as well the Enforcer being way below the Tsunami, even though it doesn't look it, to be that far off. Yeah, we're dropping, 10% there, kind of 15% there. Yeah. Enforcer were definitely usable. It's not the god weapon that I've seen some people kind of. It's not this category's Lexington, definitely. Same would be true for the Lexington if it didn't have the 10 detox at the end of it. And yeah, we kind of see then as well that especially the things that had higher reload, which are kind of balanced around their higher reload, are kind of higher in this list. When we kind of reach actually Sadist here, we see actually 870 showing up as one of the best sustainers in this category. And that's why this one actually is somewhat usable for a DPS sense kind of idea. Of course, we're giving up quite a lot of burst for it. And yeah, of course, as well, magazine size and such. But actually, it bursts decently. Although, of course, yeah, quite a bit lower than the SASG but it definitely sustains decently well just because it has a really decent reload. Now, actually, one of the faster reloads. It's kind of like the MG5 of this of the category now. We see that as well, just because of its reload being so much better. Its Sadist, Brazen, and Killer kind of show up above the 612s than Sadist. But yeah, on the sustain end, of course, for instance, the 6 or the SASG does not. Well, we see one here with fast stands actually showing up. And yeah, actually, so what you might also see is that none of the fast stands really show up high up here. The changes to fast stands. So the ACS having basically the best chance of getting at the maximum out of fast stands. We still see that it is, it helps the reload quite a bit, but it isn't that effective at that. It isn't the end all be all for that. We could have definitely picked this, especially if you're using it for stacking and such, but I prefer, for instance, for myself to have a little bit more damage, or just to have the rock and roll, which just has 10 rounds more. And then talent-wise, here it becomes kind of interesting because it kind of depends really on what weapon it is. The talents will shift around quite a bit, especially, for instance, things like fast hands, because it really depends how much pellets it has, or shots it has, and then, pellets from that. So we see them shift around quite a bit. We see actually that, the Scorpio and such does actually, well, here with the 20% amp, although, of course, if we try to go find the other end of it, it is not at the end of things, but it isn't too far off. It's not doing too great. This is also one of the reasons why, for instance, the Overlord is pretty bad. It's pretty much far down the list on both burst and sustain, and then it doesn't really have a talent to make up for it. The Sweet Dreams at least has that instant kill that can be very useful for instance, challenges with global events. But we see kind of around basically the talents in that same order, although Fast Hand's kind of moving around a little bit, and especially as well Pummel with its reload kind of moving around a little bit, depending on how much, how long the reloads were, because of course a weapon that has a long reload benefits more from that reload disappearing. But yeah, we kind of see the list here being 870, 612. Although, the 870 being both higher on burst and sustain, I would likely lean more towards that. The 612 still has a magazine reload, but then there's also a point where you just go, well, we could just step up to the SSG or the Super 90, which is kind of what, for me, is kind of the thing that, we just generally don't want to use the 612 anymore. Also, its name, of course, is the Mop, which is definitely usable. So for the Mop, for that 10% armor and kill, with preservation, which definitely can be useful, for instance, having one of those for skill builds, because both of those, both the armor and kill, third stat, preservation, both of those can apply to skill kills as well. So quite often I have that as a secondary. I might swap to it when, for instance, on a mortar build, you get a bunch of kills, you hold that while you're getting the kills. You're not missing out, especially on explosion, on that being armor and kill, because the DTA is on the second stat. So you're still getting your DTA. The detox would not apply anyway, so you're just getting armor and kill from that, which is actually, definitely a useful piece to use that way, but then, not really for a burst and sustain sense as we have it here. We see as well that, for instance, the KSG and the Spas, which were very low here with their top talent of Sadist, being very low on the sustain end or on the burst end, they don't fare much better here on the sustain end. Because yeah, definitely the 870 can kind of outdo them. The 612, which are both higher than them on the burst end as well, they're higher on them than this on the sustain end. Those two definitely are for me ones that basically just do not make much sense. And then yeah, we do see the SASGs kind of show up here with their status. They are very much a little bit lower on the sustain end, of course, compared to that 870, but they burst so much better. So generally, for division, we kind of go much more with burst than we do with sustain. We don't have those super long fights that some games do have, you know, when you're fighting a boss for 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, we do a whole mission in division. So the thing of weapons will lean much more towards burst first, and then preferably they're not to have too horrible of a sustain or other things that break. And we kind of see that as well. If we're going to go to the end of the list here, because we kind of see the talents in the same order. If we go to the end of the list, it is exclusively the Son-offs and the double barrels with the Sweet Dreams and Overlords kind of smooshed between them. But that's kind of the thing. The double barrels, well, on burst, they seem, of course, very high. They have a limiting factor in their sustain, and especially here also in their damage per mag. That is the balancing factor for them. And yeah, that kind of gets us through the sustain. And let's actually quickly have a look at what we would pick for Headhunter, because that is, of course, also a very important thing to kind of discuss with shotguns, as we do often use them in that way with Headhunter's Fury. Okay. I always forget how much talking is in these. Just, it was 9 minutes, that's good. It's just, I need to like warm up my I need to like maybe start learning at an like a horn or something, like learn the trumpet or trombone just to get the breath. Dude, it's what I get for being an ex-smoker, actually. That's what it is. Yeah, we'll start here. Actually, no, let's start here. Yeah, let me get you over here if I missed anything. So, battle line, what shoddy and what talent has that in DPS? Well, overall, yeah, as we kind of talked about there, it's not the highest DPS, but yeah, the Tsunami is overall like a really good pick. Tsunami and then SASG or Super 90, and then Super 90 as well, like Glue, of course, is kind of pretty good. ACS is definitely somewhat of the, but yeah, I wouldn't. So for instance, here, kind of as like maining for this, yeah, kind of actually those two, basically. Although, well, actually, so for instance, that maybe. Although actually, I should have a light glue on this character at some point. ICS definitely isn't bad, but yeah, SSG and Super 90 kind of outpace it quite consistently. Yeah, so let's be here and find the scene. Yeah, let me start where Russia. Where's actually the shotgun one? Yeah. And for those, we're just gonna use their bases basically. We were, of course, in this file, we're just gonna go into the main burst and sustain file. Once in there, let's actually zoom it in a little bit. And actually, if you were to scroll down, we start with sustain and then burst and the mag damage. Nowadays as well, I have the base damage of all the weapons here just separated and then just sorted by. Especially for the weapon types that we use Headhunter with, so this is on pistols and shotguns and such as well. And then, yeah, we actually do see that the SPUS 12 with the -2 mod is actually a tiny bit higher on the base. So why do I keep talking about the M870 still? And that is very simply because the M870, the difference of these two -2 mods, the cap of the M870, because that is basically dependent on the current shot and then of course the headshot amounts that we have. The M870 having the ability, as we can, if we go into the game and go and mod an M870, we have the options here to put headshot mods on here. And because of that, we can actually have in the barrel as well, +5 of a headshot. But yeah, we can have a 15 headshot there. We can have a 5 headshot here, a combined 20 headshot. That makes it that this actually, even on the cap shot, beats the SPUS 12. So it's a very simple, test that leads us to go with the M870 just as a whole. Of note as well, just to point that out, there is of course 3 variants of the M870. Overall, the custom has the biggest bar here, which is actually indicative of how much stability it does have. It does, if you A/B test them, pull up a tiny bit less than this one. But importantly, the military M870 actually does have the ability here, because the other ones, the custom and the wooden one, basically, they only have the ability to equip this mod. So this +10 headshot mod. That will still actually be equivalent to the SPUS 12. They basically land around the same number, basically. Kind of depends, of course, on how your headshot is also set up for the rest of it. But yeah, they land around the same number just because, yeah, again, that SPUS does not have those mods available, because while the cap is based on that, you also have the current shot, of course, kind of going in there. The military has actually a different, it has this short optics rail, which does allow it to have this, basically what is the pistol headshot mod. We do lose some optimal range, although of course in this case we'll be at point blank range anyway, mostly with it. But we can use that to have 15 headshots here and then another 5 here. So there is a little bit of difference between the 3 variants, and generally that is why you will often see military M870s being chosen for this. Although less important now, because these mods, of course, also got increased, because this used to be a 3 and a 5. It is still, of course, a difference between 10 and a 15, but actually this 10 is now also enough to, for instance, if you are using it with a Memento Headhunter's Fury, to actually reach that 150 headshot that you would need to get the better cap, basically. So yeah, overall, it's kind of a non-issue, but just I wanted to point it out here. Yeah, let's go on to my stash, and we're kind of go weapon by weapon and kind of explain what each of them does. Each of them does. All of them shoot. That's what they do.
Hostile control point identified.
You know what? We have to interact with Ransom. Can't leave our boy hanging. Open it from... Nah. Why do I even try to do it with this one? Do it with a different one. Right. Just want to get into the void. There we go. So it's going to be ACS and then Black Market, Tactical Tsunami, .870s, double barrels, SG, 612, SPUS. So end on SPUS. I have 2 of these in here. Yeah, what's going on? Do I have 2 of anything else? That can help confusion. Clip into the wall, come on. Really? You know? Come on, Karen. Clip into the wall. So much easier with some of the other stashes, but maybe over here. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah. Let's go back actually to a big list. Just in case we want to pull it up again. And yeah, as always with the end of these, we'll kind of do a review of what we kind of discussed there, as I'll go weapon by weapon, as I have 1 of each weapon type basically in my stash. That is just there for the burst and the DPS tables, as we kind of saw, because sometimes there are differences between weapon types, and to kind of catch those, I have 1 of every variant of the weapons as well. And yeah, we can go weapon by weapon and kind of discuss my final thoughts on them. We'll start here with the exotics, and we'll start here with the Lullaby and the Sweet Dreams. They are both, of course, the same weapon, basically. One is a pre-order bonus, which you can still also get through some bundle, basically. But it isn't worthwhile at all. It is just cosmetic. The Sweet Dreams is definitely useful for those moments where you need melee kills for something, for a challenge or such. Outside of that, I don't think we really use it at all. The Scorpio is much more of a useful tool, for instance, for medics and such, because you could definitely see this, of course, this is also what we used to use before Scorpio came in, on healing builds or builds that don't really do damage or such, but they could just run in, kill a purple, and get back out, for instance, on legendaries and such, which definitely has some value, but doesn't have enough value for what we use here, especially as well with it being a SPUS 12, its damage is pretty bad. Then we have the Overlord. This is overall, it should capitulate, as its talent states. It is in effect on the PvE end of things, as we're kind of mostly discussing here, completely useless. and KSG with just a normal talent would be better, and that's actually not a good weapon to begin with as well. We do have the movement speed here, of course, but yeah, we have a Scorpio which can apply shock and just completely immobilize an enemy. The reduction isn't enough. It basically needs a talent rework, but then also being based on the KSG as it is, which is also not working well as a weapon. It's definitely, that could take some looking at too. We'll see if this in the future maybe gets some form of comeuppance, but for now, it is kind of dead in the water. Then we come to the Scorpio. It, of course, did get a pretty big hit. They did alter its bases, basically the base damage, especially as it's based on the 612. So the reductions to those kind of got carried over to the Scorpio. So on its main stats, it lost a lot. On its talent as well, it used to be 1 shot for the poison, 3 shots for the disorient, 6 still for the shock. So that part stayed the same. And then the 7th shot would apply the debuff for damage. These parts of poison, disorient, getting moved, that's not too big of a deal. It is still the only weapon that can do that, basically. So in a sense, for like eclipses and such, or just CCing an enemy, nothing can really beat it for that. But yeah, its damage drop-off definitely means that it's not the main weapon anymore. So for instance, on the build we were kind of showcasing this all with, the Scorpio was the main weapon with it. It was intended to be used with that. Especially this 9-shot as well, now being 9 shots instead of 7, means that you definitely need to reload, or you could go magazine size, for instance, for that as well. That would get you actually with a tactical reload, because the 612 can do that. You do get actually 9 shots in one magazine. But yeah, overall still very usable, but not the main weapon I would pick anymore. And let's go on to the high-ends. We'll cut it in between there because I kind of need I feel I'm going towards coughing. Yeah, let me catch up here on the chat for a second. As I'm kind of in my own world. And hey, the grass. So birthday. Yeah, sorry. In the end, work did get kind of in the way in the afternoon. Although, well, mostly I just there were a few people around that I kind of hung out with. But yeah, the evenings are always there. So tomorrow, though, yeah, I definitely want to. Because today as well, I wanted to, but yeah, in the end, it's kind of work out. And then as well, kind of just chilling with a few buddies. So, you know, I mean, yeah, the Overlord is yeah. As I'm guessing, that's the one you're talking about. It is indeed pretty bad. Just made a video about the Liberty Island secret room after your video and claimed they just found it. I mean, they did just find it after being shown. Yeah. The thing is, of course, yeah, there might not even be like a direct source between those two. Like we kind of had with like DJ Tickle was using like similar or well, what looked like to be like my DPS tables, but they were kind of different. But then it turned out that actually that was like with a step removed, like he didn't know that they were like mine. He had gotten them through Dodd, and then he thought like it was, you know, Dodd's one or so. But same for that. Likely somebody he knows maybe saw it, or maybe just independent. Like it's not a big secret anymore. Like that thing was definitely like when it first came out, there was like a wave of people kind of spreading the word, but then you know now it's kind of forgotten again. What did you have for? Also this evening. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how those work even, so yeah. Yeah, let's do the hands. So I need to watch out that I don't skip any. So yeah, they're kind of spread out as well. Yeah, we'll just scroll up each day. And for that, let's get started with the ACS 12 here as we'll go from top to bottom. The ACS 12, of course, has its role. It is the auto-firing shotgun, the only one that we have, and because of that as well, we use it for its per pellet hit for strikers and heartbreakers. No other weapon can kind of do what it can do, so we use it for those. It isn't really great on a burst and DPS sense, as well that actually it does eat ammo quite a bit more than other shotguns. You will kind of run through your magazine, or well, especially your ammo reserves quite quickly with it, trying to main it. It is, as we saw from the burst and sustain, it isn't a good burster, it isn't a good sustainer. I would generally just pick an SASG 12 or a Super 90, or even, for instance, an M870, which is much more towards the sustain end, over using this as a main weapon, but as the tool to stack stacks with. That and, of course, its counterpart, the rock and roll, are very much, there is no better. If we go to the SASG 12s, we have also three variants of these. We have the black market SASG as we have it there. We have the SASG with no other text around it. Then we have the tactical SASG 12K. Overall, the tactical SASG 12K is the best pick overall. It has a tiny bit more stability, and it is AB noticeable if you're shooting them side by side. You won't generally, if you have any of them, you can definitely use them. This, of course, as well with Tsunami, as we have it here as well, is very much the top picks, the one side of the top picks basically for shotguns, and kind of become my main go-to, especially the Tsunami. Although as well, the SASG with Killer or with Brazen really performs really well as well. They are magazine based. That is then they're kind of, it can either be a virtue or detriment. It kind of depends on your playstyles and such. It really depends on how quickly or how often that you reload as well. if you have some reload discipline, having the magazine is actually a faster reload once you reach the end of it. But of course, if you're just after a kill, after 2 shots, kind of reloading, with this, you're reloading the entire magazine, or with the SSG or with the Super 90, you would actually just do 2 shells and be a lot quicker. This is definitely the top pick overall for me, together with, of course, the Super 90. Then we have the M870s, as we saw. As we discussed in the Headhunter section, with the military M870, which the Calibre is as well, but of the military here, is actually has that short optics rail that for Headhunter can make a difference. In a crit chance setting, that doesn't, because all of them can take the 5 crit chance mod. What we have then is that actually the custom is overall the best stability-wise. They are very handleable. They hit pretty hard. They are very much, of course, based on their alpha. You could definitely put, for instance, pummel up here, and as well, you can reload here and there, because that does not remove the pummel. The pummel will eventually trigger on the 3rd kill, but you could, for instance, make a kill, reload it back up to full, and then continue on. You would need, of course, on this one, normal pummel, so you would need 3 kills. They are very usable, but the reload is now such that actually as well, you don't per se need it to have pummel or such. I've been much more moving them towards having killer or having brazen as really good tools. They do actually work pretty well, and they're much more towards the sustain side of things, more so than the burst side. And then the double barrels, as we kind of talked about there, really high on the burst end, but that's kind of misleading, because yeah, they're very high on the burst end, but for 2 rounds at 200 RPM, yeah, those 2 rounds are out, and then you're kind of dropping towards sustain side of things. And their sustain sucks, just straight up. This is the poster child for, you don't just look at burst, you kind of need sustain as well, or just at the very least the game knowledge to know that 2 rounds at the bursts that we kind of list there is not manageable for any real purpose, unless you're actually killing in 2 shots. But if you're also killing in 2 shots like that, whatever you're killing was, you didn't need to per se min-max for it. Then we'll come to the KSG as we have it here. The KSG is very much a weapon that I just wouldn't pick. It's kind of like the stoner in the LMG category. A lot of weapons do what it does, but better. If you have a purpose for this 12-round mag, which for instance pummel in the past used to be, that could be a pick. Here, for instance, as well, I'm using it with fast stance to try to get more pellets hitting, basically, because it can have more active uptime on that, but that doesn't save it either. It actually doesn't make up for the sustain loss, and just the 870 would be a better choice. It just doesn't do anything really well. And that's kind of the downside. And we don't really have a purpose for these 12 rounds when we have a perfect pummel with 7 rounds, just reloading it for us. And then we'll come to the Super 90s. There's 3 variants of the Super 90 as well. The Marine Super 90, then there is the Super 90, and then the Tactical. Overall, the Tactical is the best pick if you're going to grade one up. It has a tiny bit more stability, as we kind of see there, but it is noticeable if you're A/B testing. This one as well is one of the more handleable weapons. It doesn't jump up severely. It has a pretty subdued reticule as well. It doesn't bloom out a lot between each shots. And then this is kind of the counterpart to the SASG as the top pick. And then this can per shot reload, which is situationally can be better, can be worse, as we kind of talked about. Yeah, if you kill one enemy and you've used 2 rounds, if you're reloading, then this is of course faster because it just loads 2 shells instead of the entire magazine as the SSG. And because of that, it does both have basically a place and a purpose. They're on their burst and sustain so close to each other that it's basically negligible on that. But then, yeah, their difference of how they reload actually does make it quite a difference. Then, of course, we do have for this, light glue as the name for them. And that is a very powerful one as well, because having that actually trigger on 4 pellets instead of 8 does make actually a difference. quite often you would land maybe 5 pellets, just short of the 6 needed for normal brazen. Here you will have a much higher uptime with it. It being one of the better weapons as well. Then a good weapon type with a good perfect version. Yeah, those are easy picks as we have here, both with the light glue and the tsunami. And then we come to the 612. The 612 really got hit pretty hard. I generally wouldn't pick this anymore. It used to be a really fast reloader. It is still decent because it has a magazine reload. Overall, though, if you're kind of leaning more towards this, I would maybe go with 870. They're definitely still usable if you have a graded one. They work decently well, but the SASG and the Super 90 do definitely outclass it now. The spots, as we kind of talked about, really doesn't have per se a really great role, especially as well where it might seem the pick for Headhunter, it isn't because of the lack of those mod slots. It only has the magazine slot. We can actually improve its reload just with that. We could also put 5 headshots on there, but yeah, that is the max we can put on here in comparison to the 20 that we had on the military M870. And that makes it as well that, yeah, the military M870 with those mods will very much, as one is there, if we put headshots mods in here, very much outdoes the SPAS. Also, the SPAS kind of handles poorly. Most of the other shotguns are kind of similar to their handling. The SPAS is definitely much more of a handful. It pulls up quite hard. It kind of, especially as well, it's blooming after shot is pretty heavy. And yeah, that actually gets us through all of the weapon types as I kind of just double check. We didn't talk about the mop. The mop as, yeah, kind of as armor on kill and preservation. This can be a very good tool for using when we have, when we're not using basically the weapon as a tool for killing, but just as a handheld tool. Because what we can get here is, for instance, if we were using this on a mortar or something, we wouldn't be able to get in sync or such, of course, with that we normally would. But as a secondary, sometimes it's quite handy. Because this armor and kill triggers from skill kills as well, so this preservation. So you just hold this, you still have your damage to armor, especially with explosive builds, and that works out pretty well. But yeah, overall, I would definitely consider the light glue, the tsunami. Both of those keep showing up as well on the build collection, as you may have seen. The main picks for me are very much the Super 90s, specifically the tactical Super 90 SBS as we have there. Then as well, together with that, the tactical SSG 12K as we have there. You can also go 870, especially try it out as well with this new reload that it has. And then the 870 is very much the top dog for Headhunter. There we go. So we just need the outro still, but that's 108. Just kind of in the range that I kind of expect it to be. Do you have shotguns anywhere? It's definitely some shotguns on this wall, I think, right? Yeah, let me catch up here. So, I know, he's a minister. Also as well, though, this will, of course, become its own video. This isn't just here. Because I'll stitch this together. This will go up tomorrow. What do I even have as my number 1 there? Where's... Where's Caroline? Is just blind? Or is it... I am blind. Wait, what? It would be C, so... Oh, here. And then, yeah, we'll pull away from a reveal. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, let's just... Fuck it, we'll do it live. Yeah. And thus we come to the conclusion of this video. As yeah, I hope you found it somewhat informative and somewhat helpful as we went all in on shotguns. I've been meaning to get this one out for quite a bit. It kind of got pushed back as other things came up, like Hollywood and such, of course. But yeah, now we got it in the bag. Of course, everything that you saw here will be linked down below as well. So yeah, you can go and look at it at your own leisure. But yeah, shotguns wise, as we kind of saw, especially the SASG, especially the Super 90 are just generally good picks, especially for a DPS kind of build, where we're going just with Hunter or with Hunter's Fury, not Headhunters. And then yeah, with Headhunter, we can definitely, the 870 is still kind of the go-to for there. And yeah, talent wise, killers, sadists, situationally killers, pummels, and brazens can work really well as well. And yeah, we'll kind of leave it there as yeah, rambled on for quite a bit about it. But yeah, if you did enjoy this video or find it informative, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. For my future videos, we're gonna go into concluding or continuing on with the character build showcases as we kind of had them for the updates to the build collection, which is now at this point basically is completely all of the builds have been updated, and I've actually made a somewhat of a second pass onto a lot of them. So they all look good now and updated. And yeah, we'll go on to character tree, which needs to happen. Also, as I kind of alluded here, there is a video I want to make about Killer and kind of how it is not actually if we are at 60 crit chance, it activates kind of actually higher than that amount. And I'll kind of explain what the thinking behind me saying that is and kind of show that as well, which is something that I've been wanting to do actually months and months ago, actually way before Killer and its update. But I kind of wanted to make a calculator to kind of quantify it. That didn't really work out, so I kind of left it. But now that Killer is actually back kind of on track to be one of the best talents that we have kind of available, yeah, I kind of want to discuss that and just kind of, you know, we'll have a discussion around it. And of course, as well, the Pestilence build showcase is definitely going to happen somewhere in this month, likely a week or so away from now. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. And as always, have a good night. There we go. Kind of forgot that I was also gonna talk about. Although actually, so that's fine. We kind of have a double because I kind of what I should have done is actually that like part where I was kind of talking about the picks. I should have had that in the conclusion. So we kind of have a double there, but it's fine. Yeah, let's pull it back to here. And yeah, for those actually on the live stream, that was that sign off was just for the video as you're kind of recording some stuff. And yeah, that's going to be 1 hour 10, which is around the length these usually end up being anyway. And yeah, we're going to leave that there. That took us a little bit of our time. Let me catch up on if I missed anything. Hey, there goes on. Oh, thank you for the thank yous. Yeah, let's take this character back to here. Did I pull anything from the stash? I don't think so.
Makes you wonder if we could have done more before they arrived.
Let's make sure we have nothing extra here. No. Okay. Yeah, so I can finally close the shotgun tab. That's been open for a while. Because yeah, in the future we still have we have pistols and MMRs still to go. So, but yeah, it's gonna be, so next one's likely gonna be character 3, and then the Pesty maybe. The Pesty build showcase, and then because also yeah, that one's have been I mean, not per se postponed, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. Yeah, let's actually have a peek at what the dailies and the weeklies are. So DCD, Federal Emergency. And then none of that has like decent targeted at all. Have some G's there, but that's not a great sign. Well, we have backpacks here. But you know what, actually, let's, seeing as we're talking about this shotgun build quite a bit, let's actually, oh yeah, I need to reload it actually, because we did it differently with the mods. Yeah, let's actually maybe run this for a little bit. This character hasn't done their summit. This hasn't rotated yet, right? Descent. Indeed. It's always the sign off.
Combat simulation program active.
I just had to have some things. I just went with the old line I used a lot. Oh well, yeah. I knew already people liked. Yeah, so this is still greed. And I've done my weekly already, I think, right? So let's go do some summits. Actually, yeah, if anybody still wants a summit done,
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your
feel
schedule.
free to say so. We're not gonna do it with settings we have there. Actually, gonna just we're not gonna go for proper gear as what was the last thing we did in here. So I'm gonna heroic. So let's go Ragers, Nocturne, Agile, Follower. Just a classic 4. And yeah, Hardware is pretty easy to bypass here because I'll be killing a lot in close range, so that helps. This side right now too. Okay.
Rogue agent detected.
We're starting off with rogues already. Already get started, and then yeah, maybe whenever you're ready, feel free to got me on this account. Right? But yeah, if anybody else also, we'll keep a spot for you. But if anybody else wants to, feel free to say so. Is there ammo here? Oh, there. Still on reduced ammo. There we go. Let's start it here. Well, actually, I don't mind being solo for a tiny bit for a second.
Take cover! Grenade!
Oh, I should have the global one.
Hostile restore hive detected.
Although, well, for these guys, it doesn't matter. And this is still the thing
Doing what needs to be done! Damn!
with Scorpio. Like, it doesn't matter that it does less damage. Like, nothing else can do this. You just stun lock an enemy
Rogue agent
much more
eliminated.
powerful than you to the ground and just Then actually what I'll use... Actually, I can just use the flamethrower, that's all.
Detected protected hostiles.
Yeah. Because I do like the... Like, when this thing is kind of in range and kind of doing its thing, it's actually pretty fun build. Yeah, let's go with Tsunami. Don't have
Terminal in hostile control.
that yet. You can always just open up with grenades.
Hostile protection removed.
Ow. There are 4 of them. It's kind of not an optimal range, but just to get it done.
Terminal destroyed. System curtailed.
I like it as well, but the level of end on that's
System reactivated.
gonna be much more me just pulling out my flamethrower and making kabooms. I'd much prefer actually a grenade launcher though, still maybe. Although here, at least in Summit, everything's kind of close together. It's just only like the big rooms where you have to crawl up, like some of the offices kind of things.
I'll get you! I'll fucking kill you! I can do this!
Another agent is now in your group.
Last one!
You just blow through the thing as well. So this. Yeah, the key in the corner. There's a cross got ejected from the scent. But now it's here. Oh yeah, we've all been there. Accidental deaths. As well, yeah. If anybody else wants to join us for a summit, because we'll likely do the full project here. Oh, other one was dealt at. Yeah.
Server terminal detected.
Take one of the more forward ones. Yeah, when they're not spawned in, it's kind of best like we did it there, just to wait till one of us is on each, and then.
Got fair play! Bitches!
Hostile protection restored. Removed hostile protection. Terminal controlled.
Let's go get some of that loot upstairs. Also, actually, what am I set to? Oh, DNA still. Let's not have that. Let's go with some SMG. Better safe for personal. No, I'm just getting some SMG parts, especially I'm looking for tech vector, but chances are low. Otherwise, it's just a better one than I have. And some SMG upgrade components.
Burn, baby, burn!
High-risk target approaching.
Holy shit! Find the grenade! Gotta wipe!
Hostile protection restored.
Ravenousing it up. She's also a pretty good tag too, yeah, for this. Oh, and Hader Windsor. And I hope kind of everybody's enjoying their Saturdays out there. I missed the big bucks. Oh, really? I get it on this? Armor, that's right. I didn't lose my armor once. We had rogues and we had and we're on one of the more aggressive builds, which you would think, would armor break quite a bit. And then, well, of course, it's Hollywood. That's what's preventing any real damage. Also, yeah, let's actually go back to our normal. Just had that equipped for them. For the video. And I'll stitch that one together and get that uploaded tomorrow. So.
Hostile protection removed.
Find that bell. Oh. That's already done. Anyway, some good kabooms going.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
It's one of these killer ones. Is it two or is there two actually? Let's go get the first one first.
EMP jammer destroyed.
I know, we're pretty consistently freaking pummel out.
System malfunctioning.
Should be safe. Is that in now?
System restored.
Ah.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What do you mean this isn't in?
System curtailed.
Yeah. Well, actually, we've killed
System
all the waves, I
reactivated.
think.
System disrupted.
Cool.
EMP
Oh, no,
jammer
there's secure.
destroyed.
Fuck you, division!
System restored.
There we go. Those ones are always extra annoying when you also don't have anywhere to hide behind, which sometimes happens with that. Mr. Legatus there. Or 7 white one. Reload does kind of hurt though. I know those grenade kills are shared, so I got Gallant Grenadier. Actually, let me quickly. Oh, I've done all of the Ascent ones as well. We'll get some elite signature weapon kills. Let's key check.
Removed hostile protection.
Burn this place to the ground!
One thing I haven't actually looked at all. Although we'll likely do that tomorrow afternoon. I'm not per se in the mood for that right now. But I definitely wouldn't mind completing all of the challenges. From the global event, as we always do. Also, actually, yeah, I should just log into at least second account and just get a bunch of the challenges and get at least a reward track there. For a little bit of caches and stuff. Another loot hand.
System malfunctioning.
My shotgun is better than your shotgun. I do like how run and gunny this thing is. It's just... It's not per se like... It's kind of glass cannon-y, but then yeah, not glass cannon, of course, man. It's like the concept of a glass cannon. Just gonna check there for key. Just in case. Guys, it's full red as well.
High-risk target approaching.
Doesn't survive much. But also, yeah, it just murders pretty fast.
Hostile restored protection.
Exotique. I'll take that in a sec.
You're not going anywhere. Let's get a turret out. Go you.
Can't let him get away!
Come here. Where's my damn backup?
An agent needs assistance.
I know, we're triggering tsunami here and there. Backfire, we'll add that to the pile of exotic components. Actually, you know what? Let's swap this for 1 second for this. Been meaning to try it with a Brazen 870. Because the funny thing is now, this thing is just super fast reload. Much more so than it used to be. Well, actually, I need to check the mods on it. Because it's still headshot. That should be set up for this build. And yeah, we're leaving the best floor. Let's go 70. And yeah, let's push up right away. Let's hit the grenade that way. So in a second they'll spawn from up here.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
Protected hostile restored.
That fucker shot wall. Perfect right there. That's where I'm gonna kill you. That was the easy one.
Don't have any mid-range options really. Especially not wanting to jump in. Let's set it up for here. There's a next kill.
Agent down.
Let's get across there. Which of them there?
Damn, I can't get you.
Thing is, next kill will actually spawn. Oh no, okay, I can. Move them. Let's get back into position first. And look, yeah. I'll still work out for us. I'll likely get those.
Removed hostile protection. High risk target detected.
Who knew I could kill you?
Hostile protection restored. High risk target detected.
Use this for MCC. And one of the downsides of the flamethrower especially is it doesn't go through door boundaries, so it doesn't actually go through doors. None there, no. Yeah, that 5-shot is really... Yeah, stick with the tsunami. We're getting plenty of reloads from it as well. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, there's stairs on the left side. That's usually like how we kind of just scurry up right away. Oh, we got there. And let's just keep what we have.
Terminal in hostile control.
You know, as fast as I can. But
Restored. Terminal destroyed.
to get the objective on this ones, we do want to do the objectives as quickly.
System restored.
I was running around a little bit too fast. The sniper dogs, even the elite ones, if you're running around a little bit, they generally miss you. It's just kind of my way around it there. I was just outrunning them. Yeah, let's get ready to ambush. I know.
Removed hostile protection.
I've eliminated 50 wreckers.
Detected heavy ammunition.
Let's kind of then look for just a key check. Well, it seems clean. We'll just keep it rolling. Although this would kind of fall apart in like 4-man scaling, definitely. Oh, yeah, that door is not openable. Luckily, there's also no loot in it, but sometimes the key is back there. And that's not...
Hostiles incoming.
Oh no, we've been ambushed.
This fucker's mine.
Not try maining the audio. Although, of course, the global event is also making quite the difference here. Onward. Because this build was very much originally intended as just a Scorpio machine. Oh, hi.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Our hostage also having the shield. Well, the thing is, usually as well, the hostage also has polarity and stuff when there's polarity. Which just always throws me off. I just keep looking down and going, enemy! But then, you know. Turns out it was a fake. It's just a VIP. No VIP. Even in Summit, no VIP. Actually, yeah.
Hostile protection removed.
There's the key. And there. Happy holidays.
Multiple hostiles inbound.
We'll go for the last door here. Actually, we don't need to check for key. We have it. Yay. Because this room actually has a bunch of corners that can be in, which is annoying. Let's get the resources here. I think I still need to burn down a few of my resources though. Let's get that. No, I did a few. Although they're almost back full again. And one back here as well. Yeah, this is one of those places where we do want to do it suppressed, otherwise we aggro the next room already.
High-risk target approaching. Protected hostile restored.
Should maybe try getting yeah, someone's also kind of nice for this. That countdown would work. Oh, well, actually, not countdown wouldn't be countdown. Global event on there, but yeah, we're fighting a bunch of factions, so yeah, there's Riker kills, there's cleaner kills. They're just happening. And there's one crate here as well. Some extra loot, why not? Please, some optimization parts. And I need 5 more floors. I don't remember exactly when cross joined, but we'll go till you have a T. That's right, we should definitely do 80. I don't mind 6 more. Okay, so yeah, 80 actually. Oh, okay. Do want to actually keep a... Well, I might just transfer that to like third account or second account. Floor 90. Save. At some point I will kind of want to show... other...
Hostile protection now removed.
But yeah, just basically farming places, showing bounty cheese, showing floor 10, showing even Lincoln and or floor 90 actually, even Lincoln and Capital.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
Just destroy it.
System malfunctioning.
Take care of that thing right away.
System reactivated.
That will hit you.
Protected hostile restored.
Actually, I wouldn't mind the piece of Legatus in here. I'd be willing to give up some damage.
Agent out of action.
I was hoping to gonna go around this corner just in time. Didn't. Well, I think that's like my second dive so far. Still secure. Oh, there.
Give it up, agent.
It's funnily enough as jokey as the initial, like, yeah, let's use Legatus for Hollywood. Actually, have that swap speed there. Just to go from, especially the specialization weapon back.
Hostile protection removed.
Blinded there. So yeah, I'm curious to see if they will do a easy key. At some point they need to, although it's nice for us to have it a little bit longer, but the loot hoarder, of course, because usually they patch them out kind of like the first Tuesday after New Year, but then this time it was like the very first day, so likely it's this Tuesday. So if you're still wanting to get some harvest and such, my guess would be that this week is our last week. So likely Tuesday it will be removed. I'm curious as well if they'll have a patch or something. Kill County is getting pushed so much more that they kind of have to address it now. Let's go check if I had any other loot. I think. Goodbye.
Hostile protection now removed.
Yeah, those kicks. Would it be funny if he had punched me? Yeah, since his name kicks. let's go get our loots. Yeah. Yeah, we'll need likely 3 more for me and then likely 80 or it's getting you know what, I'm gonna get those melee kills here. I'll sweet dreams my way through some of that. Right. Yeah, for one of the challenges. It's also likely a kill challenge for melee kills. So. But also one of the ones has like signature kills and then also melee kills. Combat proficiency. Well, we're not meleeing for the melees, we're meleeing for other things. But also, yeah, here, I mean, there is a sweet dreams in my hands. It will actually murder. As well, that's a weird way to melee by. Well, most people wouldn't shit in their hands and then clap and then melee. You know, it's a few extra too many steps. Stone fiber skin, yeah, military is something you earn. I've never seen it at Resident Evil. I think that one was that something else in the Resident Evil?
Hostile striker drone detected.
It was Crimson from that. This then likely was from one of the season tracks, I think, because I think I have it on my. I think I have it on my like second account where I've done where I haven't bought any bundles or anything, but I have had the season tracks.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Oh, it was drunk. I think there was like, wait, let's say guns. Should have grabbed the jammer. What else is going on? Are you working armor glitched?
Agent down.
I can also have me revive. That needed to be. Oh wait, what? Oh, need. Yeah, just getting picked up will fix it. But also, yeah, you were better off just tossing the hive away first. Well, we get there. Although, yeah, I believe it's that. It's not sure. Might have bought something, but though if I bought it, then it would be from the other things. It would be from the set here. Oh no, Crimson is from here. Wait, isn't that then the Resident Evil one? There's a Resident Evil one on a different.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby. System curtailed.
Someone's up there! Putting up a turret!
System restored. System disrupted.
Trojan for that forward one. Get this one.
System back online. Terminal controlled. System activated.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Resident Evil skins are in there. Because the SMG one is also there. So yeah, that one's done from that. Also makes sense. That one looks more Resident Evil than the other one.
Hostile protection removed.
Setting up turret.
You didn't care that that was... I didn't care that that was specialization damage. I got mine in the bag, but yeah, let's get the crosses one as well. It all should work out. We'll go to floor 80, get the boss. I'll get a named boss. I wish somebody with a better memory than me. I shouldn't totally do it, but well, somebody should at some point just make a list of all the cosmetics and like drops and stuff and like kind of where they came from. Would be actually a handy thing, man.
Hostiles incoming.
I feel not per se something I'd be interested in spending my time with, because it's also one of those things. It's kind of handy, but also, you know, it's maybe too much work for too little gain. You know what? I'm just gonna jump down. I got the keys in the back corner. Usually I stick to the sides here, but yeah, let's just go down the middle. And I should be in optimal range.
Protected hostile restored. Incoming. High risk hostile. Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Still not happening.
MG moving out.
Hostile protection removed.
Must have taken off fire.
There's a this guy to jump down.
Vision will die.
Actually, torsion also. It is. Well, let's do floor 80 anyway, though. Just to get the lead. And then we'll go find something else to do. And then as well, not the next project, but the project after that will take us to the hunters again. Wouldn't mind actually recording that a few times and just... We need to actually transfer the just strategies for that room. Going a few. Because yeah, I feel a lot of people kind of like do dumb stuff there, like have way too much tankiness and stuff like that, which is actually hurting them much more than it is helping them.
We lost one! God damn it! Let's fuck him up!
High-risk target approaching.
Lord Denham. Oh yeah, this used to be neat. The one we would go for.
Hostile assault turret detected. Hostile protection restored.
Yeah, it's flame right. Oh, that's also.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action. An agent needs assistance. High risk target detected. Hostile protection removed.
We can just blind fire. Yes, and now we grenade ourselves. Well, actually, yeah, you can still use what used to be the old XP method for as you're doing the floors. You can do the floors that way and also get field recon. Overall, actually, one of the better ways to get field recon. These crates and then for bighorn right here. Oh well, the bighorn is that gear method, right? Going back to back homes. Yeah, let's speaking of going back home, let's actually go back home. Back to DC. We'll leave Summit there. It's only a model.
Safe area
Let's get
detected.
cleaned up here. Proper caches.
Hey, agent! Take a look over here.
E90 was good. Would keep that one. That fall was a little bit better. Might have kept that. Yeah, extra coyote. Ton of SMGs. Not the ones we're looking for. But a few levels as well.
Hey kid, I'm
How
not
many am I up to? 580.
want once in a while.
It's going pretty well. Let's see, actually. Because I haven't actually even looked at the event challenges. Some shacks, some headshots. Oh. Oh yeah, this one always takes, if you do it, this one always takes forever. Eliminate hostiles using a grenade. But yeah, just set your world to normal, use the concussion grenade, use foam. Foam stuff to the ground, grenade them. Oh, complete. That might be actually, if you're up for it as well. Cross. We could do a few bounties. So we need 10 in total. I've apparently done one already. And I'm on the character that can bounty cheese, although actually is it targeted wise worthwhile? Not particularly. Because what we could also do, what is this? I have like a ton of bounties in Constitution. Could do a few of those as well. Actually, I still also have 5 in here. Oh yeah, the targeted is just too shit. Oh, actually, on this character, they wouldn't go there. Like, we could go grab these with SMGs and then here. Oh, these ones are also all going to go to the sewer. Although, with that knowledge, we can actually cheese them there, maybe. Constitutional. Well, this character couldn't do that. Or I could give you leadership. This would all go to the sewer, which we can also just use. So maybe just do that. Let's pop a few of these. It's not the best target at Petra, but yeah, they'll all go to the sewer and we can kind of run back. Because actually, that's overall going to be just as great. Actually, in 1 second, I wanna. It's kind of running shotguns there. Kind of enjoying my time with it as well. But let's swap it at 2. Just striker. Some bounty in sewers usually goes to the good building. Yes, except that this character has.
The last scene of the Department of the Interior.
Or yeah, we could swap worlds and stuff.
Keep your guard up, Agent. That's outcast territory.
Well, actually, you know what? I'll go OD. That's what I'll do. Oh, the triple tick on this one. Yeah, no, that's not. I mean, you can have no. Although, yeah, we can always transfer world or something. But actually, it's going to the sewers is kind of fun as well because we can always. Because there's actually we can kind of half run out of the sewers and then actually restart. Yeah, okay. So let's take some directives. Let's take school skills, fog of war, and pistolero. Yeah, let's just take this here, and then I'll run ongoing to kind of offset pistolero. We'll run the triple tick. It's only bleeds and sense. But yeah, we'll run into some outcasts in a little bit as well. Is the thing. And there as well, we'll just run into outcasts just by the zone. And actually, if anybody wants to join us for some of these bounties, feel free to say so. Can get you in here. Do I need any resources? At least not compound. Yeah, let's go get the
Target near you.
starter. Well, let's grab this wave along the way. It's a named group, right? Yeah.
This is
can also-
bullshit. Look who it is! You're not.
Protected hostile restored.
And from here we should have. Should be good on ammo.
Removed hostile protection.
And those guys just keep re-exploding even on the ground. Their shielding actually comes back. Is the thing. Oh yeah, I need to have. That's what I need. to have, should have jammer equipped here. There's a lot of jammer equipped there. Just as a backup. So, reload this thing and put some bleed rounds on it in a sec. And all the keys. Yeah, Sergeant Costa. He's not a Costa, he's the Costa. And they're fighting amongst themselves.
Armor's almost down to 0.
I've lost eyes on one.
Hostile restored protection. Hostile control point nearby.
Target neutralized. Good work. Agent, target spotted.
No, we can't tell. Oh. I am blind. Why am I not seeing this guy?
Got the target. Nice. That's your target.
Hostile protection restored. Serious trauma detected.
Target neutralized. Good work.
And let's loot up
Looks
this
like you earned
area.
yourself another bounty. Well done.
Getting cleaned out. Do a little bit of cheesing out here. Because we're gonna run back to the start of this, like where the garage is, kind of, and then up the next one. It'll be here again, and again. The nice thing is we don't have to go to any safe houses like shared spaces and stuff. That will reset our ammo every time. There's actually one out this window. Spad's not a better targeted, but let's get those bounties out the way. Okay, let's go run back to the start of the sewer here. And then pop the next one. Forgot which way we're going. There's actually also a safe spot, like kind of like, I think it's like in that corner. But
Hostile protection
we'll need to kill the initial wave, like where the initial wave of this always is, so might as well be here. Irish is good enough. Anyhow, let's keep murdering some of these. True Sons have some outcasts as well.
The target is nearby.
That was a quick end. And I can't run with this thing. Oh, that's funny. It's like, I know if I swap and then run and then swap back, that's gonna take longer. But then of course they don't spawn there. Even though it's marked that spot even. Oh, that quite often happens. They'll be down here. Or up there actually.
Hostile control point identified.
Side there.
That's the target agent.
Protected hostile restored.
And actually the names
Got the
kind
target.
of restoring very quickly.
Target neutralized. Good work.
It's actually in our favor because yeah, we can just keep blowing them up.
Got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Nice and smooth so far. Okay, yeah, if anybody does want to join us, let me know. The more the merrier. Although yeah, I'm not gonna like matchmake or anything. It's just too many randoms would not understand what is happening here and might not speak English. Quite even. Yeah, the triple XP, of course, you know. I feel a lot of people did burn themselves out. I've seen a lot of people be a little bit done with the game for now. That's a downside to me for something like that. It's like doing drugs. It feels really good when you're doing it, but then afterwards it feels like shit. Prescription or otherwise. Next one up.
Target is near you,
I mean, this
Agent.
place is definitely not the fastest personals around. I mean, I haven't done anything too terrible ever.
Hostile position now removed.
Definitely indulged here and there. Again? Wow. This is maybe much more so in two-man scaling that it just doesn't spawn them there. Or that we got like weird spawn 2 times. Okay, there. On the west end again.
Agent, target spotted.
Oh. I missed that. That was a heavy.
Protected hostile restored.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Really, I missed that there were 2 heavies there.
That's your target.
Is that at the very last second there? Oh,
Hostile control point nearby.
You got the target. Nice.
Got you!
Agent, target spotted.
Hostile protection restored. Vital signs critical.
Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
you know, moving in. The one nice thing about the sewer at the very least though is that yeah, there's no other things moving through patrols and stuff. I should leave that loot, I'll get it on the next run. Also, have some other. Well, actually, I should just aim high for those headshots, get those in. Some weak points of shielded hostiles. Well, I feel in normal play, I'll just get those. Oh yeah, let's put our next.
Target near you.
Sure feel with them bunched up over there. Let's get this up there. Yeah. I was like, Trojan's gonna have this.
Removed hostile protection.
That's the target agent.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Hostile restored protection.
Yeah, there might be the strat there just to have split into twos and just get that wave as a spawning. And they're just that here.
You got the target. Nice. That's your target. neutralized. Good work. Agent, target spotted.
Protected hostile restored.
You got the target. Nice.
Yeah, totally didn't go for the weak point when he got his shield back. Just for the shot.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Hostile control point identified.
Nah. Yes, that's still at some point I need to try out that versatile Hunter's Fury. SMG shotgun vigil. Seems like a decent idea. Let's get a loot here. Yeah, but it should have pretty good damage. Sometimes damage is worth it. I'd also just to mess around with it. Alright, next one up.
Target is near you, Agent.
Actually, I'll let you get. Resume.
Look for movement.
You might want to have that looked at if it's that easy. This door just always
Removed hostile
takes
protection.
forever to open there. And there's nothing wrong as well, just wanting simplicity, but I don't mind some complexity. Especially if it's worthwhile, but I'll even go with complexity even when it isn't. For shits and giggles.
Target neutral.
Hostile protection restored.
That's your target.
Things on fire. And I'm glass. I'm just not even gonna risk anything.
Target down. Good job. Agent, target spotted.
Hostile control point nearby. Hostile protection restored.
You got the target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
We get our things. Actually, I'm gonna loot this side on this one, seeing as I have so much lying here as well. We get all this. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to where it all started and start it again. Like there's some people here. I don't know. Oh no, there. Okay. I was gonna say it's charging, triggering
Hostile
combat
protection
there.
now removed.
But it was wasn't the greatest ambush. They kind of failed. This
Target
one,
near you.
it's 6 out of 10. Yeah, let's use this strat indeed again.
Ready?
Heavy
And
ammunition.
when there is a heavy with them as well, just the extra damage that the heavy does with its explosion means everybody dies. And then we have Adams and Costa again, and Law.
Target down. Good job.
Protected hostile restored.
You got the target. Nice.
What even hit me up?
This armor's ready to quit.
That makes sense. My pestilence jumped upstairs.
Agent. Target
That's not
spotted.
really what I wanted to happen there. I grew the things upstairs. Ow. This is the downside of the minigun as well.
Protected hostile restored.
You just had to take that on the face basically because
Target neutralized. Good work. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Hostile control point
surprised that
detected.
made it. Oh yeah, we'll despawn them by just getting out of range in a second. Let me run back to the start. Is that for now they're giving me no regen basically. There you go. It's my last True Sons one, but then yeah, I have a few outcast. And even a
Target is
challenging
nearby.
Black Dusk. Yeah, but it's just too quiet.
Let's make this easy.
Indeed, let's make this easy. Open the door.
Removed hostile protection.
Easy. It's weird I can pick up my foam grenades. I only have 4. Should be able to pick up to 6. Like, just lying here. Minigun not the best choice against the main, so that's one.
Hostile protection restored.
Over here!
You got the target. Nice. That's the target, Agent.
It's more than just him.
Damn it, no!
Target neutralized. Good work.
And the tick on this one isn't too great on the triple tick for the pesty, but still is, you know, still sizable. I'm actually gonna shoot that guy.
That's your target.
Well, he's shielded and get a bunch of stacks.
Serious trauma detected. Hostile control point nearby.
You got the target.
Protected hostile restored.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
And if nothing else, we're also getting... Oh, am I full on? No, I can't be. Can it? No, okay. Oh, that's just key, yeah. I was looking at it. I was like, am I full on tactical assessments from True Sons? Because, yeah, bounty's still a decent way to get some tack ass the way we like. And hey, over there. Is the currency gain upgrade worth the points in the sense? Not till much later. It's just very expensive. The first upgrades you want to go for is especially that extra talent. And that is very valuable. It's indeed, of course. And then crit chance, armor on kill. Both of those are real.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
I forgot I'm perfect
Agent
last.
vital signs 0.
But yeah, I can respawn.
Target is near you, Agent.
And then yeah, much later you go for that. It's just, it is very useful, but it's very expensive in comparison to all the other things. Oh, I think one got popped already. I'm kind of like thinking of like I'm forgetting another one as well. Because yeah, especially that fourth skill is like really make a difference. Or for talent, fourth. You know what I mean. And yeah, as well, yeah. Crit chances, because even having like 10 crit chance, you can at least take like obliterate, and then it's not the greatest, but at least you can kind of like, it's now a pick instead of not being worth it, you know. At least like until you have like a few surgicals or something. And then yeah, the armor on kill, the health on kill, both can be kind of nice.
Hostile restored protection.
That's the target, Agent.
Hostile control point identified.
Or is it linked? Might be a little bit
Signs
dead.
critical. Agent incapacitated.
Make him pay for it.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Hostile explosive trap detected.
That's gonna kill us.
Target down. Good job.
Barely survived.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Had to double down.
You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Because those credits is it's just for the run credits, but it does basically give you a reroll extra every like 2 loops. You can kind of see it as that, which is definitely worthwhile, but yeah, it's like one of the most expensive of the upgrades. That's kind of the limiting factor there. But it's kind of worth it to get some of a decent amount of the permanent upgrades pretty early on. It's kind of like the watch. It's a lot of tiny differences that add up over time. Let's put one of my. Actually, let me go get the ones on the ramp in.
Target
If
near
you
you.
take the door there. I'll go check if I have some key or some loot here. GG.
Removed hostile protection.
Not about resources, but I want those. The chalk, and the saber. We have twins here. Mitosis, yeah. Indeed, that's a training set there in game as well. Yeah, armor and kill is an important one as well, yeah. Well, honestly, all of them help, but yeah, some more than others.
That's your target.
Protected hostile restored.
Target neutralized. Good work.
That guy just didn't care that he was getting hit by a specialization weapon. Oh. There's our 10
Got the
bounties.
target. Nice. Target neutralized.
Because actually the bounty completes when you kill the last name in the list there.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
That's when you get the credits. That's when
Hostile
also the
control
game
point
considered
nearby.
the bounty done. Also, that's the point if you were to die, for instance, that the bounty would be gone. Even if you didn't kill the other names. I don't know, do you need one more across? For the 10 out of 10? We're gonna do one more while we're set up here anyway. Because I think I had one already though. Likely not done or likely... Oh, let's just do one more. I should have, likely no more. Yeah, it depends on if you had some done already. Well, I should get this because I want this challenging one gone. I'll also get some 3-tack gas animate for Black Disc.
Target is near you, Agent.
So we'll do this one real quick and then we'll go. Okay. Now let's do this one just to clear it out.
Hostile protection now removed.
And then maybe after, let's maybe around that with a few countdowns. Old school.
Agent, target spotted.
Broke ass.
Protected
Also
hostile
bushy
restored.
and broke ass. Wait, the names there. Of course, bushy.
Target down. Good job. That's another one down. Good job,
Okay,
Agent.
let's double check here when the pop-ups happen.
Hostile control point identified.
Yeah, 3 tactical. So one of the bugs that existed a long time ago, which was kind of beneficial to us, is even if you did like normal bounties, but you did it on a heroic world, you would actually get 4 tactical assessments even for a normal one. But yeah, at some point they did fix that. Although long ago they fixed that, but once in a while I do still check if it's maybe like newly broken. Yeah, let's maybe you're up for a cross as well. We'll go do some countdowns. We'll count up and count down. First off, I'm just gonna turn off my directives. Pistolero
Nice to see you,
sometimes
Agent.
causes some issues. Oh
Oh
yeah. Oh yeah, make sure to, because also sure to have modifiers on as well.
Thank you, Agent. I appreciate the business.
I'll wait for this timer to do. 105 foam or burn as well. Well, whatever you want to run. Yes. Good either way. We'll likely just go challenging, or unless we have others that want to join us.
Looking for something?
Oh, actually, me clicking that also, yeah. So does actually still work that way as well here. The
Thanks for your business.
Hollywood also deactivated there. Because I
You
wanted
are
to
no longer in
modify
a
it.
group.
And this turned on with it. Yeah, let's actually have. Well, actually, I should run my PFE like I haven't run it at all yet. The altered PFE we put on this character. I think, or maybe I ran it like once. Yeah. Well, this
Another
really
agent has
isn't.
joined your group.
Really needs to be attack vector with status, but for now it's fine. And if anybody else wants to join us as well, just let me know. Otherwise, we'll get going in a. We'll likely do 1 or 2 countdowns here and then call it. Yeah, 7K saved up in there. Almost 600 here. I'll likely reach 600 with the challenges as well. We'll likely get those done tomorrow. Anyway, we'll start our matchmaking here. Not all of them guys, it's like that in the Chinese version. Oh, did they have that in there? Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, yeah, open all just also for
Invite to another
instance, like
agent's group.
for buying.
Proceed.
This should just be a slider. Like I want to buy 150 of these.
Another agent is now in your group.
I put this as our own group for crafting, for a lot of stuff.
Hello there.
Seeing as it gave us our own group, it
Another
puts us
agent
kind
has
of at
joined
the end
your
of the
group.
queue. But yeah, once you get one person, it starts kind of filling up. Hunters or Heartbreaker, not the worst, honestly. We'll see, likely worse.
Another agent is now in your group.
That's not too bad either.
An agent has left your group.
Like that. It's fine though. He's just level 10. Okay. I'm hoping that is just. I mean, that makes no sense. I hope they were just messing with their inventory or something. Just,
Another agent has joined your group.
Actually, somebody's wanting to. Okay, so for instance, this being an 84, that I get. But this at 10k, especially as well, like what is this Hunter's Fury doing in the backpack slot? I'm curious to see if we're actually in there, if that will be his build. Lame console. Time first. Is this your first time? No, I'm time first. I'm gonna wait for him to turn green. That wouldn't be the first time that somebody doesn't accept in time. Like that. Because if I had started it there, actually, it would have likely gone in with 7. Hello. Can somebody accept? Yeah. Although that's like on like a level 84 guy. This guy is 10k. Anyway, that guy also didn't accept. Like a great 27 bighorn. Although yeah, I'm hoping for him this is just he was just messing around with his stash or something.
Another agent is now in your group.
That's good. That'll be weak on
An agent is no longer in your group.
yeah. Hopefully
Another
they
agent
accept
has
in time.
joined your group.
Curious to see if that's actually what he's running. Something I had to come
Communication
his
relay
builds.
offline.
Don't think we'll get much in the form of useful answers.
Cleaners have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown.
Fight
I'd rather
the
not have their slash and burn
cleaners.
tactics anywhere near a nuclear reactor.
With
We need to restrict access and
and
secure
in-
the nuclear
in
waste.
containment.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
For a second there, I was like, why am I in pistol? But that's just SMG animation. Let's forget about that. And the other side is gonna get a close range buff in a sec as well. So, and I'm gonna go do PFE things, which includes just going to the other side of the hunter there. Usually that's just a good idea with fighting that. No, modifier should be on. Or did that turn off in some way?
System disrupted.
Because I did one modifier. I wasn't paying attention if the marker was a... Anyway, with close range buff, they kind of killed.
System back online.
Reactor admin is... Well, I see some people having...
Shade tech detected.
Why is mine inactive? Yeah, I'm not gonna turn it on now because it would turn on enemy modifiers as well. Just we'll just live with it.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Oh, close range buff. That's a modifier and a half.
Hostile assault turret detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile sniper turret detected.
Oh, yeah, it's sometimes wonky, especially with people joining up together and stuff. It's a little bit more consistent when everybody just has it on consistently, but I've been noticing
Area
it's
secure.
kind of annoying with global events and that. Shit's annoying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw somebody, or I heard there's somebody having open mic. Didn't catch more of them. I'm in range for the objective here anyway, or for the loot. Curious just for a second. Okay, so, well, it's not much better, but wait, why would you, what? I still have questions, but less. Okay, so it wasn't at least what they were running. But yeah, you don't want to put in improvised when you have Cheska still available. You don't want to go two-piece Walker Harris when, you know, you could just go Fox's Prayer and that would beat both, basically. Single-handedly. Like, that's just... Like, even if you want two-piece Walker Harris, just don't take the improvised, take the Fox's Prayer.
Incoming. High-risk hostile.
And then as well, contractors exist for you.
Area secure.
Agent, you should be
Two
able to
nice and
access
quick
the waste
ones.
area.
Yeah, we should indeed be able to access the waste area. And I'm gonna take a right here, just jump in and be ahead of the other people. And on the containment.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Follow all lockdown safety protocols.
This reload on this SMG9 is kind of long for this build. Because I would much rather have attack vector for it, but yeah, I don't have a Sadist one yet. I then want to recalibrate my other one that I have on this character. But...
Agent, you've reached the waste area. I need you to secure the radio.
Also, yeah, with the close range buff up,
override
it's
the
like
lockdown
everything's
protocols.
melting instantly.
Radiation detected. Initiating.
The objective is, of course, up there, but
We need to secure that tank and get it back
I
into the
don't really
sarcophagus.
do much at that range. Although, I was kind of hoping others would. The thing is also, so for instance here, this thing doesn't bleed. Or at the very least, is
That should
outside
be
of
the
my
source of the
bleed
leak.
range.
Now we just need to seal those tanks.
That's the downside of going Sadist.
High-risk target approaching.
Like when, or well, with Rageaway basically. I'm putting a lot of faith into one talent, which is not applicable to all enemies as well. Well, for fighting cleaners. It's kind of enough. I'll say likely we'll do just this one and another one. End it after I kind of feel the the yawns are starting. Could use some good sleep. More likely tomorrow we'll do just a very long stream.
Great work. Now just seal
Well, I
that
should
bunker
just
and
do
stop exposing your team to not
extra
so
long,
low doses of
basically.
radiation.
Radiation detected at acceptable level. Incoming. High-risk hostile.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point. Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Is it north? It's north, right? We spawned east and west. Yeah. Because it's the two zones that get used for insertion. Those are basically, the extraction is then just the other one. So yeah, we spawned east and west, so it's gonna be north. Although of course it gets marked. Hoping this guy holds up. It's kind of annoying. I wonder if that was like intended, but not seeing SHD levels anymore. Sometimes SHD level will kind of tell you how someone's kind of gonna behave, hopefully. They're just going in. I'm just gonna wait for more backup.
System malfunctioning.
Because we want everybody to be here. We don't want to
Agent, stay
solo
frosty.
this
Hunters incoming.
with close range buff and like thingy, but he's also just like it's opportunistic, so could his damage be anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the PFE
System
things,
reactivated.
which includes and is not limited to hunting some hunters.
When you're ready to come home,
You know, one of the
shoot
things
off a
here
flare.
is with Ridgeway, if I just bleed a bunch of people, the downside is eventually I'll run out of like the diminishing return system kind of hits him, but up until then I can gonna put my back to some enemies and stuff.
Serious
You
trauma
know, like take a
detected.
hit like that and then regen pretty quickly. Yeah, there, that was kind of always gonna go that way. Because we had the close range buffs. Other ones. I'm surprised actually we didn't get a instant flare. Ooh. Yeah. How many SMG parts am I up to now? Oh, I'm on, wait, I'm on 999? Okay. We need to optimize something. It's hyenas as well, right? Okay. Okay.
Helo inbound on your location.
Although yeah, I've been set to SMGs for a little bit. Just for... But yeah, especially hyena parts are also kind of harder to get, so... Oh well, not one that I get a lot of.
Let's get you home.
I love how dinky the SMG9 looks though. Compared to all the other weapons that we kind of see. And the next one's gonna be so late that we're better off gone.
Keep working together like
And
that.
140, we got 3 hunters at the start, 4 at the end. But yeah, let's get set up for one more. Although yeah, I'm gonna quickly just optimize. Although I think I have like attack fighter that's gonna
Safe area entered.
I'm not gonna run this again. I'm just gonna likely just run a something. Let's first
Another
make sure.
agent is now in your group.
Well, actually, yeah. Make sure yours is on as well. I'll double check as well. So that mine is still on as well. The modifier. That one's close enough for optimizing. Just really talented, so we're going to extend me. So this one's 4 optimizations away. We just craft some of ours. Well, later first. Yeah, let's go just something murderous, maybe. I know what, Red Heartbreaker, why not? Don't run it much. Yeah, I'd already turned off the event and it was like this, but also like I set them right before we joined on that one. Yeah, let's just matchmake for one last one, unless somebody wants to join us. Do you let me know? While that happens, let me actually just optimize just in case somebody does want to join us. Let's craft a few of these. We're doing just some challenging countdowns. Although, well, one more. Nothing too bad. There's one more. Does that mean you want in? Or just feel free to just join. Because they're generally on. If I'm opening it to like whoever wants to, then yeah, feel free to just join up. Just gonna craft some of these resources down as I'm staying up on them.
Another agent has joined your group.
No, just join in the group. Like we're not matchmaking yet. But yeah, you can just, yeah. Like whenever you do want to join some stuff, just free to. It's good he's joining on so far.
Another agent is now in your group.
Because yeah, usually we just group up and then matchmake as a group. Let's take it up to heroic then, right? Seeing as there's 4 of us. And I make sure that your modifiers are set and such. We'll have those in there. I'm just gonna double check that mine are still on. Should actually, is that Lexington I have in the stash?
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You have left the group. You have joined a
Is
group.
that still? Well, let's grab that. But yeah, I need to make it flatline. Yeah. See what our glorious leader is running. Okay. It's fine though. We're basically 4 together, so. That side is struggles is actually, you know, somewhat selfishly in our favor
Communication relay
because
offline.
you know we'll get more. They won't be able to like kill 3 hunters before we get there.
Black Tusk have taken
Yeah,
the
we're
power
spawning
plant.
north,
Looks like they've
so
triggered the
we can
lockdown
always link
protocols
up.
while they were charging their warhounds. We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore
Admin
comms.
at the end. Left.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown
I'll link
protocols
up both
activated.
teams, I
15
guess.
minutes lockdown.
As much of the rewards as we
Chosen
can.
virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
Someone's falling behind.
System curtailed.
That's right.
Immediate medical assistance needed. System
Let's go get
back
the
online.
one with them as well. Just so we get the loot from it as well. Oh, what? Oh. For a second there, I thought that was the. Yeah. But yeah,
System
what?
malfunctioning.
The dog tags. And then your cooling turbine. Like,
Serious trauma detected. Agent down. System reactivated.
I wasn't expecting him to be right there. Oh yeah, we need to go get the one on the other side. The other team also kind of understands what is happening. Everybody's lemming. That's nice.
An agent needs assistance.
Alright, let's go. Cooling tower turbine. Seems the most obvious. Although neither really makes a difference. Let's go turbine now. Or let's go cooling tower. Let's go for B. Because we're going to have to go into a big circle. Go one way or the other. Because we'll need cooling tower, turbine, and then come back for admin.
The target should be
Oh,
nearby.
there, Mike. And we have an armor regen build. I do have one in the build collection. But it's not even in the recommended build list. Trying to do armor regen. For PvP, it can kind of work. Especially going 3-piece Gila, 2-piece Golem, Bellstone. For PvE, there's just better things. There's just so much better things you could be using those stats on. Like just tech tanks, basically. Going to the build collection, though. I'll let them by chance. It's gonna be the last one on character, or yeah, no, maybe not the last one. It's like 315 or 316. It's one of those. But the one that I have is with Memento. So it's just basically trying to just get a super high number out of regen, but it's with Memento, so PvE version kind of setup. But honestly, it's not very good. You have to give up a lot to get decent armor regen numbers, and then
Hostile detected.
and that's kind of like almost not worth it, basically. And Red Heartbreaker here, not really per se a really great build or anything. But now actually, at least with the 110 on the chest bonus, it's oh well, basically a 1.1 and then times.
Hostile neutralized.
It's actually
Target
at
detected.
100 stacks, can keep up with a chest striker. But yeah, not with
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
To override safety protocols, eliminate security.
But of course, the thing with Heartbreaker is it's so much more inconsistent to stack. It's also why I kind of have to open with ACM.
If anyone gets Catharsis and doesn't want it, I'll take that shit.
Let's see, let's see. CTF Road until the
I feel US East now, it's here. Although, well, that guy's US East.
Area secure.
And yeah, turbine. And then we'll take the tiny shortcut here. Which is here. The tiniest. Oh, that one's actually super annoying. It's very easy to get be a little bit to the right or be a little bit to the left, and then it kind of fails. Yeah. And this one's also war hands. Yeah. I was gonna say I could take the secret entrance, but actually it's too far to the right. I'll just take a hard right here at the start and go get the control point one. Somebody went the wrong way. What?
System disrupted.
At least, yeah, we didn't need
High-risk
them anyway to
target
begin.
approaching.
But yeah, that's kind of a good way to wipe a heart and heroic
System
one. To
restored.
just split the team and just, you know, split the damage. It's like it's boxes by the turbines in the back.
Area secure.
Agent, head to the administration building.
And then we can take the back road to there. Went like in a big circle like this, and then we're a big circle. And that's one of them down. I saw this hive. Trying to 2-mana heroic containment, especially, is just not gonna work out with them for them. And yeah, we're not gonna go health. One goal, we want to finish this
Agent, you've reached the
before
administration building. I need you to
can
fix the
get
comms.
the VIP then, so let's speed run this.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
There's a hit. Free.
I know it's your favorite job. Need you to search the control room and find the server.
And the box is underneath, I saw that.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to
I'm
lockdown.
rushing for this.
Communication systems shutdown initiated.
Oh, I
Override safety
you know one of the
protocols
downsides, for instance, for
canceled.
Heartbreak as well, strikers can stack on a mini tank like this. So a mini tank like this would be awesome if I was strikers here.
I'll get the mini tank up.
But actually, Heartbreaker can't stack on this. Oh shit! Didn't start it actually. I thought I'd held it long enough. But
System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
what was I had to get in cover for that guy? Yeah, there's so many people there. I'm gonna go sit up on the balcony here. For the next one.
Nice job. You're a pro. Now, just need you to find another server.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
Incoming. High-risk hostile. Hostile striker drone detected.
Get the second one of these.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One more server and you can reboot the system.
Did it too early.
Warning.
I was interacting, but I wasn't
breach.
actually.
Initiating safety protocol.
Incoming. High-risk hostile.
Take another step off.
Thank you.
Right? Somebody was peeking there. I'm gonna go looting real quick though before we get that. Although yeah, we should get the control room at some point here. Because we're also 2 minutes remaining. Bang. All the lights. Because yeah, we're at the edge of failing otherwise. Because also after this, we need to clear whatever wave is remaining.
Fuck you!
I'll put him down. Also, I'm pretty sure this takes like 1 hour, 1 minute 10, so might actually be out of luck here.
Critical. Agent down.
What does it take? 45.
Agent
I
out.
get which one takes 110. It's barely at it there. I know that's also what you get when you have that. Oh no, this is a 45. On the left, I've been in some loot there.
Lockdown in 1 minute.
1 minute left to cancel communication system shutdown.
Let's keep sustaining there a little bit.
System rebooted. Communications restored.
There's also need to clear a wave.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out
Oh,
of
yeah,
there.
that's what happens when you
Move
have
to
to
the
6-man,
extraction point.
8-man basically.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Also, yeah, oh, those guys were out there, of course. Yeah, they're gonna get murdered. Yeah, no, they were returning from failing or completing another VIP. So they were out there already.
System malfunctioning.
Yeah, watch the down the.
That agent needs assistance. System back online. Hostile restore hive detected. System curtailed.
And they're gonna. I'm just trying to get long range shots and just do as much damage as I can that way. This, for instance, one of those moments at PFE would have
System
been
reactivated.
kind of nice.
System disrupted.
Long range.
System restored.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
And even after all that fighting, like Heartbreak is barely stacked. This thing just does not stack.
Torres is on her way.
What? Were we? No, right? We weren't close to, or were we? Or did that just take like 3 minutes? That yeah.
Torres is in position.
So, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. How much curious did they actually get? Did they actually get thingy? Because then we'll get 210 here. But I'm expecting 208. Yeah, they didn't even they didn't even actually get the
You kept the lights on. This entire region owes.
Oh, the thing is, like, it's not out of malice or stuff. Usually it's just, you know, they don't know better. Also, actually, for weekend matchmaking, that wasn't too bad. But yeah, we will call it there. I do need to get some sleep, actually, and stuff, so.
Entering safe area.
Let's see, though, if we got anything useful out of this. Nothing else. That still was an extraction with getting all the loot and stuff, so. We've had much worse than that. Man, why couldn't you have been Detox? Nice with that. Attack vector with damage armor.
Nice doing business with you.
Another agent has joined your group.
Okay, that's actually leave this under there. Yeah. Oh, the thing is also we could like take the time there to explain to them that they. But also, yeah, that's gonna be my final one. Or that was my final one. So we're gonna end it off there.
Hello there.
Open some caches, pop all these. But yeah, there's always some that just don't really know yet how to count in. Well, yeah, we're getting...
You want it? I've got
I don't know actually why I'm saving those up. Although the reason is, yeah, I don't need, per se, reconstructed caches or exotic caches at the moment. I need to upgrade a bunch of weapons, though, so we'll do that eventually. But yeah, I'm gonna thank everybody for joining me on those runs and such. Because yeah, we're gonna end it off there. And yeah, GG's all around. I'll drop group here so Cross is free to
You have left the group.
go do his things. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. So my plans for tomorrow is either, well, so you kind of how it goes. I definitely will have some time, so either afternoon and evening, and yeah, I could use the time as well. Just we still need to. We have still a bunch to do because yeah, we made this thing yesterday, but we still haven't like filled it in at all or anything. Still have this one open as one that I want to fiddle with, which is the PF Young Character 3. And we're definitely gonna fiddle with that. We might even play a lute, maybe even a guitar. We'll bring in a Hammond with a Leslie. No. And then yeah, we have character 5 to fix up on the build collection as well. Just a check basically, making one final pass through it all. So a bunch of stuff to do for tomorrow, but that's for tomorrow. What was the SMG there? Yeah, it kind of depends where. You mean on the build picture here? Or like what I was I running SMG? No, earlier no. Well, this is a attack vector. So this is the attack vector 9mm. And that's overall the better, one of the better SMGs to run. So that ends up on a bunch of builds nowadays. And actually was the weapon I was kind of farming for, or kind of in that campaign, but although, well, for more of them, because, yeah, we've been using up a bunch. Well, actually, yeah, now noticing that I'm full up on SMGs, we'll optimize one up at the very least and kind of have that ready. Gotta chase that one. Yeah, exactly. Because what we're having is basically the FAMAs of that category. And yeah, I do end up having most of my characters basically having one on them. But yeah, that's for tomorrow. For now, actually, I'm gonna go find, as we always do, somebody to raid on the Twitch end. Let's see who is and isn't available. Let me see who I have on my following. Okay, a bunch of people playing other stuffs. I see. I got understandable. That's the downside of that triple XP event and stuff. People kind of burn themselves. You know, I kind of did as well a little bit for myself. Like that 2 days of bounty cheesing was maybe a little bit much. But likely next week as well, I'll spend a little bit of time on Division 1. I'm just checking in the category if we have anybody that I'm like, hey, let's rate them. This person. Because I always don't mind taking a chance on people maybe here and there as well. If they seem chill and stuff.
When you guys got, I'm killing you.
What is that screw today?
Nah. Nah. Yeah, let's just go with McVeigh, who is available. I'm hoping he's still going for a bit because he has been going for 4 hours. So I'm not sure if he's. But they seem to be setting up for raid actually, so that's likely a good spot to go. Yeah. Let's go raiding there. Oh, actually, always countdown. So he's doing some countdowns too. We'll join him there. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I might either do an afternoon and an evening, or I might do like a very long evening one. I'm kind of leaning more towards the long evening one. We'll kind of see how that goes. It kind of depends on, you know, what my mood is. Also, yeah, work stuff sometimes gets in the way, like today. But yeah, that's the plans for tomorrow. For today, thanks everybody for that. Yeah, jumped in there and helped out, and also to everybody watching, very much as always appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, and also tomorrow I'll likely tomorrow morning. This evening actually I'll stitch already that video together. The shotgun one that'll go up tomorrow, like afternoonish. Likely I'll release it after, you know, doing the rest of it, the thumbnail, the time stamps, all of that. So that'll be up, and then yeah, we have a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow. So looking forward to that. But then for now, I'm just gonna stop rambling and just say thank you for joining me, and as always, have a good night.